14 na. Hello, good morning. It's just an audio check. So, good morning. All right, good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible and I am clear to everyone that is present here. It is a wonderful morning, and to all our audience around the world, to all our listeners and participants, a very beautiful morning. I am Juveria, your host for the conference today, and it is my pleasure to be hosting all such wonderful scholars in this area, and also wonderful people that we have here. So let me proceed with the start of the conference, and we are going to be playing a video now. So I would like to request one of my colleagues to play the video.
Universitas Indo Global Mandiri (UIGM) has anticipated this global climate change by hosting its GoGreen Summit with the theme GoGreen Shape the Future of Green Planet from 1st to 3rd of June 2022 in Bali, Indonesia. Sincere thank BioLeagues and ISERS as the host of the GoGreen Summit for the invitation to co-host the monumental event.
International Society for Environment Relationship and Sustainability to join the coming event in June 2022 for Asia for Earth 2022 and also GoGreen Summit.
I am pleased to know that Sister Nivedita University India is collaborating with International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability for organizing 3-day international conference in Asia for Earth 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
It's a privilege to welcome all keynote speakers, presenters, participants, and sponsors from all over the world to the 8th GoGreen Summit, which held on 1 to 3rd June 2022.
Om Swastiastu. Presdana, Rector of General University, Bali, Indonesia. I would like to say welcome to all of the participants who are joining in the International Conference Asia Cohort 2022 on June 1st to 3, 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
That International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability ISERS organizing a 3-day international conference is Asia for Earth 2022 in Bali, Indonesia.
we have a few more videos to play for you as well. And I'm sure that as you've seen the Asia for Earth teaser, you can get an idea as to what the entire event and conference is all about. Now, I would like to request my colleague to play some more videos, some more messages actually. And I think they would be wonderful messages to welcome, a warm welcome to all the participants.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big pleasure to me that International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, ISERS, as organizing committee, organized 3 days conference in 1st to 3rd of June 2022. The international conference is hybrid, physically and virtually. The first is 8th GoGreen Summit International Conference already held in the 1st June 2022 in Prime Plaza Hotel Sanur, Bali. The second is the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change. This is the virtual conference will be held today at the 2nd of June 2022. The third is the 2nd International Conference on Education, Management and Social Sciences will be held on the 3rd of June 2022 in University of Dwijendra, Bali. Today will be held the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change. This is the virtual conference with themes advancing mitigation and adaptation action for climate change. Bring the biggest joy, pride, and fulfillment. It is a great pleasure to welcome all the keynote speakers, invited speakers, delegates, industrialists, practitioners, participants, and listeners of this virtual conference held in Sanur in Bali, in University of Dwijendra, Bali. As stated in the title, the scope of conference talking about climate change, change adaptation, climate change mitigation, climate change and agriculture, impact of climate change on human health, environmental toxicology, global warming and biodiversity, climate change and health and meteorology. This virtual conference
So may I request my colleague to play the next video?
To the conveners, guests, presenters, and participants of the 8th GoGreen Summit, a pleasant day to everyone. On behalf of the summit organizers and the Philippine Normal University, I warmly welcome you to this very important and timely conference that will stimulate and inspire us to act against climate change and global warming. To the teachers and educators, scientists, researchers, government leaders, social workers, and other experts in diverse fields advocating for environmental sustainability. I hope that this year's conference, Go Green, Shape the Future Green Planet, would galvanize us to share our best practices and exchange resources for us to engage in innovative and sustainable projects, programs, and policies that we can implement and adopt in our own respective communities. Promoting and spreading awareness about environmental sustainability is not just a job exclusive to environmentalists. Spreading awareness and encouraging our friends, colleagues, workmates, neighbors to be part of the global movement in making the planet Earth a better place to live tomorrow is a job for everyone. It is our duty to be stewards of the planet Earth. We at the Philippine Normal University believes in the transformative power of education. Our campus in Visayas, which we have designated as our Environment and Green Technology Education Hub, is committed in the protection and preservation of the environment and promotion of renewable resources and clean energy technologies through education. We would like to thank the conveners and the organizing committee of GoGreen Summit for recognizing the vital role of education through the Philippine Normal University Visayas in realizing a greener future. We believe that we can reach new frontiers if we draw in insights and expertise from all sectors. This conference is just the beginning. Wishing everyone a rewarding and meaningful conference. Once again, thank you and welcome to the 8th Go Green Summit.
So we have come to our final video, which we will be playing right now. So Anita, please go ahead.
Dear participants, the climate is changing and the whole planet is vulnerable to consequences. Many countries in the world are experiencing higher temperatures, changing hydrology, and other extreme events like droughts, floods, heat waves, storms, and forest fires. More and outstanding knowledge is needed to meet these challenges head on. So, in order to overcome the current environmental challenges, it is the scientists' duty that through research to become leaders of innovation and change in science and technology. We are happy to be the one of the partners for the 8th Go Green Summit 2022, organized by BioLeagues Worldwide and the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability in association with other prestigious universities from Asia. On behalf of the Banat University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine King Michael I of Romania from Timișoara, we would like to congratulate everyone who made this conference possible. I am sure you will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges during the summit days. I wish you every success with this important conference.
Okay, thank you to Anita for playing the videos. Moving on, so once again, welcome to all of you and good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On that wonderful note, we will be starting the conference with an information about our organizers and about the reason why we have gathered today for this conference. So global climate change and ecological crisis is the biggest concern today, on which every researcher and responsible research universities must work together to contribute innovative solutions. I welcome all the participants from potential universities, research centers, and higher educational institutions of Asia for joining us today in our international event, Asia for Earth 2022. Asia for Earth is a conglomeration of 10 plus leading international universities of Asia joining together to be a forum for environment. It is a comprehensive multidisciplinary conference with participants from all around the world for curious learning about the environment, waste management, global warming, climate change, and environmental social studies. On day one, we had our 8th GoGreen Summit, and on day two, we are having our 3rd international conference on climate change, and on day three, we are having our 2nd international conference on education, management, and social science for the environment. Moving on, I would like to talk to you about the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability, shortly known as ISERS. It is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Technorite Research and Development Association, India. It is meant for the research and development in the field of environmental sustainability and climate change. ISERS is a paramount body which has brought technical revolution and sustainable development on environmental planning, research, and management. ISERS aims to enhance the quality of the environment, promote a greener economy, and improve people's livelihoods. It focuses on the social concerns of underprivileged groups and the creation of a green economy to help realize its vision of sustainable development. ISERS connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and act as a bridge between researchers and academicians. So as you can see, this is a huge event that has been put forth by the International Society of Environmental Relationship and Sustainability. I think we could all appreciate the efforts they have put in. Moving on, I would like to talk about the organizers of this wonderful event. BioLeagues Worldwide is a not-for-profit professional association which prominently promotes research and development. We at BioLeagues have brought a revolution in the field of worldwide conferences. BioLeagues Worldwide conferences bring together professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of life sciences and medicine technology. We work with our motto of creating a better tomorrow by organizing conferences and creating a network which will help grow a better tomorrow with the help of advanced technology and achieve sustainable development. Moving on, now to talk about the 8th GoGreen Summit, the reason that we have all gathered here. So we are going to now talk about the 3rd International Conference on the Climate Change, a part of the summit as well. ISERS and the BioLeagues Worldwide have extended a warm invitation to all the individuals from the nations around the globe to join the 3rd International Conference on Climate Change during the 1st to 3rd June 2022 at Bali, Indonesia. The conference will revolve around the theme Advancing Mitigation and Adaptation Actions for Climate Change. The conference aims to provide an international platform to all the eminent young researchers, academicians, NGOs, communities, private sectors, and environmental experts, etc., to share and discuss about adaptation and mitigation options that can help address climate change. So as you can see, this has been a part of a great 3-day event, and we are gathered here for this. Moving on, we are going to be talking about some of our organizers who have contributed wonderfully to this event and I'm sure are a huge factor in the success of it. So to talk about Gerling Energy Indonesia, Gerling Energy produces various eco-friendly power plant devices inspired from nature, built to keep it safe and clean. The products Gerling Energy offers are domestic and non-B3 medical-based treatment systems using the hydrothermal method. The hydrothermal method is a process of reducing organic and non-organic waste except metal and glass simultaneously with the help of water and high heat. The results of this system produce hydrocharcoal and tar liquid, which can be used as plant fertilizers. Moving on to talk about the 10 plus universities that have joined us in organizing this international conference are as the following. I must mention that having 10 plus universities collaborate on a single event of this grand scale is a huge feat that has been achieved through collaborative effort and teamwork. And these universities care a lot about the climate and the effects that it has on the world. Hence, we have this 10 plus universities joining hands together on this wonderful conference, hoping to impact the world. Now, in no particular order, the Devendra University, Indonesia. So the Devendra University Denpasar is one of the educational units, namely higher education under the auspices of the Devendra Denpasar Foundation. The establishment of the Devendra University with its main scientific pattern, namely culture and religion, by giving special meaning to Balinese culture, is expected to provide a double-dimensional orientation, namely living the past as a guide for comparison of the present and the future. The realization of Devendra University as a leading university in implementing the Tridharma of higher education, which includes excellence in the fields of education, research, and community. Next, I would like to talk about the Universitas Indo-Global Mandiri, Indonesia. Universitas Indo-Global Mandiri, established in 2008, is a private higher education institution located in the metropolis of South Sumatra. UIGM, as it is known, offers courses and programs leading to officially recognized higher education degrees such as pre-bachelor degrees, bachelor degree, master degrees in several areas of study. UIGM also provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library as well as administrative services. Moving on, I would like to talk about the Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim, Indonesia. Maulana Malik Ibrahim State Islamic University, Malang, was established June 21, 2004. The university is the best Islamic university in Indonesia. Excellent in delivering skilled academicians in Arabic and English. Achievement in printing Al-Quran, students memorized towards a world-class university and being the best choice for students from more than 16 countries. Next, we have the Institute Technology Nacional Malang, ITN. Institute Technology Nacional Malang, established in 1969, is a non-profit private higher education located in the urban setting of the large city of Malang, East Java. Also known as ITN, provides several academic and non-academic facilities and services to students, including a library, sports facilities, financial aids, and scholarships, study abroad and exchange programs, as well as administrative services. I hope everyone is keeping up with me. And yes, it is a lot more universities and we will be moving on. So next is Banat University of Agricultural Science and Veterinary Medicine, Timisoara, Romania. Banat University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine is a public university in Timisoara, Romania, which specializes in life sciences and veterinary medicine. It was named in honor of King Michael I of Romania. The Banat University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine, King Michael I of Romania from Timisoara, is an institution specialized in agronomical and veterinary higher education with a national and European span. Shortly known as the BUASPM, is located in Timisoara, the capital city of Timis County. Next up, we have the Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan Jelly Campus, Malaysia. Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan honorably aims pioneering in developing knowledge and technology, natural resources sustainably through entrepreneurship, preparing quality education and internship in order to meet the demand for manpower in natural resources and environmental entrepreneurship, generating income through innovative and sustainable research, serve the public through the spreading and generation of effective knowledge. Moving on, we have the Global Forum of Sustainable Rural Development, India. The Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development creates a platform to bring and link rural development research, policies, and practices in one umbrella and advocate for sustainable rural development globally. Also known as a GFSRD, builds a strong network by working in collaboration and cooperation with similar kind of training, research, academic organizations, institutions globally, advocate for sustainable rural development globally, and so on. Next up, we have the Philippine Normal University, Philippines. The Philippine Normal University is a public co-educational teacher education and research university in the Philippines. It was established in 1901 through Act Number 74 of the Philippine Commission for the Education of Natives of the Islands in the Science of Teaching. It has campuses in Manila, North Luzon, South Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Next up, we have Sister Nivedita University, India. Sister Nivedita University, SNU, is placed at Newtown, Kolkata, has been established through the enactment of the Sister Nivedita University Act 2017. The university offers educational programs and research in a wide array of subjects under disciplines like engineering and technology, science, medicine, management, law, humanities, language and literature, pharmacy, architecture, social sciences, performing arts, sports, media, design, etc. SNU aspires to provide a transformative impact on the society through its inclusiveness, a continuous innovation in education that comes from encouraging creativity, entrepreneurship, and research. Moving on, so I know it is a little long, but it is worth knowing about this wonderful universities. So Mahasa University, Malaysia. Mahasa was founded in the year 2004. Mahasa University's vision is to produce qualified and compassionate professionals to serve the needs of the country in line with the national goals and the government transformation plans in the 21st century. Mahasa University fits the convenience of achieving a dream, an ambition, a world of opportunities at the tip of one's fingers through a range of open and distant learning programs that is made to redesign the future of academic learning. Xiamen University, Malaysia, is the first overseas campus set up by a renowned Chinese university and the first Chinese university branch campus in Malaysia. Located in the vicinity of Bandar Kota Warisan, Sepang, Selangor, Xiamen University, Malaysia aspires to become a university with a distinct global outlook, featuring first-class teaching and research, embracing cultural diversity. Thank you so much for patiently listening to all about the universities. You could always learn about more from them from our websites as well. Next, I would like to welcome our honorable dignitaries for this wonderful event. First up is our conference chair, Dr. Bamba Sugiono, AP, General Secretary of the International Society of Environmental Science and Research, Malang, Indonesia. Next up, may I request the participants to be on mute, please? Thank you. So next up is the Organizing Secretary, Asia for Earth, Dr. Air Gedi Sidana, Rector of the Juwendra University, Bali, Indonesia. Third up is the Joint Organizing Secretary, Dr. S.N. Khazi, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Next, we have some eminent and exciting keynote speakers placed for you today. So first up is Dr. Muhammad Faiz bin Muhammad Amin, Associate Professor and Dean, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Next, we have Dr. Wafiq Nozier, Member of World Congress for Environment. Third up is Dr. Muhammad Muqtada Ali Khan, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. Fourth up is Mr. Tapas Ranjan Chakraborty, Bangladesh Rural Advancement Committee, Bangladesh. Fifth is Mr. Alok Rajgupta, Founder at Envicologic, India. Sixth is Dr. Saeed Pereste, Head of GeoAI Smarter Map and LiDAR Lab, Southwest Jiatong University, China. Seventh is Mr. George Barber, Innovative Exploration of Natural Resources Director, PT, Indonesia, International Energy Solutions Partner, Terra Energy and Resource Technologies, Inc., Indonesia. 8th is Mr. Ramadan Hamza Mohammed, Secretary of IAH Iraq Chapter, International Association of Hydrogeologists, Iraq. Dr. Narayan Shrestha is number 9, Climate Change Project Manager, Aberdeen Multicultural Center, Greater Aberdeen Area, United Kingdom. 10th, last but not the least, we would like to welcome our guest speaker, Mr. Abhinav Chaturvedi, Additional Principal and Professor, NIMS School of Architecture and Planning, NIMS University, India. I would like to, in behalf of ISERS, give my warm welcome to all the keynote speakers today. Thank you so much for joining us. Apart from the time differences and apart from your busy work schedules, we are glad that you could make it. Next up, I would like to welcome our session chairs for our technical sessions that are set to happen for the day. So first up, we have Dr. Santosh Bishnoi, ICAR, Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, Karnal, India. Dr. Atreyi Ghosh, Assistant Professor and Researcher, Department of Microbiology and Biotechnology, Sister Nivedita University, India. E.R. Shivani Garg, Assistant Professor, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, Haryana, India. Dr. Mohammad Taikur Rahman, Senior Assistant Director, Bangladesh Agricultural Research Council, Ministry of Agriculture, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dr. Maya Gonzaga, Philippine Normal University, Visayas, Philippines. And the 6th is Dr. Rajat Pal Pichori, Department of Microbiology and Biotechnology, Sister Nivedita University, India. My warm gratitude to all of you that are joining us today at this event. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all the attendees for joining us today with an exception of your time and your energy with us. So I would like to announce the technical sessions for the day. And so let me tell you that 4 parallel sessions will be happening simultaneously, and when we arrive at the technical part of the conference, we will advise you on how you could join these. So can I ask the participants to please stay on mute? Okay. Yes, may I ask the participant to please be on mute?
Fatima, you are on mute.
All right, thank you so much. So yes, as you can see, sometimes even hosts make mistakes, but thank you so much for pointing it out. So as I said, we have 4 parallel sessions and we would be happy to guide you on those sessions when the tracks arrive. So the parallel session 1 is on climate change, adaptation and mitigation. The parallel session 2 is on climate change, sustainability, agriculture and its impacts. Parallel session 3 is on global warming, green technologies and innovation. Parallel session 4 is on climate change economics. Once again, when the track for the technical sessions arrive, we will guide you on how you could join these 4 sessions in separate breakout rooms, and we would be more than happy to guide you further as well. So we have arrived at our keynote session of the conference. It is my pleasure to welcome our first keynote speaker, our Honorable Dr. Associate Professor T.S. Mohammed bin Faiz Mohammed bin Amin. Was appointed in January 2020 as the Dean of Faculty of Earth Science, FSB, University Malaysia, Kelantan, Malaysia. He is the youngest dean ever at 34 years old and 5 months in the eastern region of Peninsular Malaysia. Previously assigned as the Deputy Dean of Research and Innovation from 2017 to 2020. He is an outdoor person who loves doing research, community works, and consultation projects. He is considered as a strategist, a team leader, and a committed team member with a winner mentality. Versatile, independent, responsible, dedicated, and adaptability to a job has helped him get the job done over the years. He has accumulated a research grant worth over $2.5 million from 22 research projects. He is currently focusing on the strategy to internationalize rebranding and promoted FSP to the world. FSP has one of the highest graduate employability in UMK with 93.88%, 2019 graduate obtaining a job in the local and international market. The current program offers include geoscience, sustainable science, and natural resources with 3 programs in the pipeline, which is geoinformation technology, geotourism, and environmental technology. I would like to collaborate and integrate with people from diverse background, nationality, and levels to highlight the potential of FSP and its graduate. These are the very words that he has told us. We would like to welcome any help, advice, and contribution for us to become the best modern environmental faculty in the country and region. Also, the doctor's words. And with the wonderful introduction, once again, let me invite Associate Professor Dr. Mohammad Faiz bin Mohammad Amin to take your keynote address.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you clearly.
All right. So let me share my slide first. Can everyone see the slide?
Yes, we can see it.
All right. So, okay. Sorry. All right. So, okay. Thank you for very I don't know up to the roof introduction by Ms. Chairperson, Ms. Fatima. I'm not that good, but I'm trying to be one of the best dean in UMK currently because of my young age. People look up to me to do something different. So yeah, I'm one of the youngest dean, but not 24. I've got the job at 35. All right. So my keynote topic today is the impact of climate change on water, sustainability, and technological adaptation. This is from our case study based on my current state, where UMK is situated in Kelantan, Malaysia. As everyone know, my name is Muhammad Amin, and the globe behind is one of the icon in my faculty. Everyone take a picture when they come here. So I welcome everyone to visit us. All right, let's go through. So when we talk about climate change, people perceive the climate change mostly most people most common people perceive climate change is towards rising of sea levels, and you got different temperature coming up, and then some melting of the ices in the Arctic, and also people perceive that maybe some snowing will happen in the desert. So that kind of climate change, it takes some time, a long time actually, to happen. But the one impact, one effect that we actually that occur almost every year that we sometimes did not see it is the impact on the water. So the impact on the water that happen really towards us annually. So in some places, especially in Malaysia, we're having a monsoon season towards the end of the year, and sometime in the middle of the year we have this kind of like a dry season. So this kind of season, if we look at 4 to 5 years before, it's already it start to move its track. It's not really at the end of the year when we expect there will be high rainfall monsoon season, but the season already moved towards the beginning of the year, towards the January, February. So when we look and when we think, there might be something that actually happened, and when we do analyze and we look back towards all the data that we collected and since 80s, since 60s, so there is a trend. So when we organize it and then we summarize it, there will be three main impact of climate change on water. So I'm focusing on water because it's my area, of course, and then my expertise area on water, and then the water has become one of the main living source that people are really, if no water, then people are really have a very difficult time, especially what we are experiencing in Kelantan right now. So the main thing, the main three key impact that we conclude that there are flooding and a drought, and of course a bit minor, and then the two is the water pollution. So we will look on three of these impact one by one, and of course, like I said just now, there are two main extreme conditions that caused by monsoon. Is the flood that will lead towards loss and damage of properties, farms, agriculture, and others. And then when we see at the data, this chart is tabulated from 84 to 2014, and we see that there are two levels of extreme condition. One is the water level is high above the average level, and the other one at the bottom, you can see the red line at the bottom is the level which is come towards, we can say it's a drought. There's a really low water level, or water level is declining below the average, and at some extreme point it's caused a drought. So declining of river level during this drought period, and it's occur below the existing pump operating level. For example, in the water treatment plant, we set a certain there are certain level of water intake point. So when it goes below that level of water intake point, it causes water shortage towards the community, and of course increase some expenditure towards the water company, and they have to make a new investment and to lower down the water the level of the water intake. So some of the picture here is the flood. We are having flood worse in the decade in the last 2014. In the December of 2014, I think the whole Southeast Asian, maybe Asian, know that Kelantan was hit by a very hard flood, and you can also see on the graph there's a spike of water level that's really higher than any that we can see since 1984. So, and then on the bottom is the photo of the farmer that paddy plantation that have got a loss from a drought season. They face a 90 million ringgit kind of loss from the not working paddy plantation due to the water shortage. So this kind of extreme condition happen during volatility of the climate. Okay. Next. And of course, when we talk about flood, this flood can be derived or differentiate into different category. There are surface water flooding. Surface water flooding, as you can see in the picture above, it is the State Stadium of Kelantan. This is when the big flood of 2014, whereby the ground is saturated, fully saturated with water. The rainfall could not infiltrate further or cannot be drained away because there are also the water also rising in the river, and then there are also coastal flooding coming in from the high rise of the sea level, high tide, from the high tide, the sea level high tide. So there are also a river flooding. River flooding commonly happen at the end of the year normally in Kelantan. River flooding also closely linked to the surface flooding. When the volume of the water cannot be accommodated by the stream, and then contributing towards the river swelling, the spread of the river or the bank burst. All right. The bottom one is in the district of Kuala Krai in Kelantan last year. Right. So the flooding can occur in several ways, and then mostly due to the increased intensity of the rainfall and frequency. And during this year also, I think in February, Malaysia received really high frequency of high intensity of rainfall during February this year. And you can see, I think most of Southeast Asian know that Selangor, the most modern state in Malaysia, Shah Alam, the district is Shah Alam, got flooded, and and most of one of the district there been totally submerged by the water. So this is kind of unprecedented case that became quite and became often since the past 2 years in Malaysia, right? And this diagram show a 10 years average rainfall change. The focus in the red box is the state of Kelantan. The focus is state of Kelantan. Since this diagram is since 1978 towards on the far right is until 2017. So as indicated by the diagram, we can see that there are increase of rainfall spot happening, especially towards the north of Kelantan. That's a region of district Kota Baru, Pasir Mas, Tumpat, whereby in this region, normally they will experience a surface flood due to the high development, and the surface cannot absorb much water due to the less open surface that able to absorb the rainfall. So by increasing by each of the year, we can see that the intensity is higher, become higher and higher. So it goes when we chart it further. Later on, I will show the chart. When we chart it further, we can say that until 2050, we can predict that it will become extreme condition. The rainfall will be extreme later on, and then this is not for the rainfall.
कल actually इस यहाँ पर भी ना around 100 लोग तो यहीं पर थे.
Sorry. Okay, let me continue. So, all right. And then for this one, we try to see the average of the annual mean flow of 15 dramatically downscale GCM projection, that it increased from 2.7% to 20+%. But of course, we can say that that's toward the end of century, but 2.7% increment until 2040 is high enough to cause a big flood in certain area. And then on the bottom one, lower future, low flow, it goes towards negative 43.6%, which indicate critical dry spell, or we can say a drought season, may occur in the future. Although more rainfall, we project more rainfall to receive in the Kelantan River Basin. So what we can say here, there is two different extreme conditions due to the climate. There are two different extreme conditions. One is high extreme rainfall, and another one is extreme drought that will occur in the near future. All right. So I show a bit more. All right. This one on the drought. The picture above is the paddy field. And the paddy farmer, they have a difficulty due to the water shortage, and then lower one is river bank exposed due to the stream flow decrease. All right, and the impact, we might say it will increase due to the temperature. It caused by the temperature and the increase of the consecutive dry days. And of course, we know that the warmer temperature can cause an enhanced evaporation, and it causes the soil to deplete faster, the moisture to deplete faster. And yeah, from the data that we got, we do have a data previous lower than 2020, but then for the sake for this talk, we do project do some projection of drought in Kelantan from 2020 to 2040. Okay, the red color is the 0 millimeter 0 mm rain, and then the blue one is the most highest. We can see the difference that occur in each of the month in each of the year, right? So mostly right. Mostly, we can see that dry season is happening in the beginning and the middle of the year, in the Jan to March and towards June. And then after that, in October towards December.
I'm sorry. Miss Annie Frida, can I ask you to mute yourself, please? Miss Annie Frida, can I ask you to mute yourself?
All right. It's a lot of noise.
All right. Thank you. Please go ahead.
All right. Thanks. All right. So we can see the difference that happening towards each of the year, and then, oops, sorry. Let me show. And when we move towards above 2030, and this extreme condition of rainfall and drought become more severe, and this projection is made by various data and various climate change scenario, and it's also in collaboration with our National Hydraulic Center that we do this study. All right, let me just skip it through. All right, towards 2038, we can also from the data we can see that the drought season is expanding. It moved towards up until July, and then before we goes into the rainfall, and the rainfall season also become decreased and more decreased. And from the data, from the projection that we made, we can say that mostly towards 2040, the dry season is will be higher. The expansion of the dry season during the year will be high compared to the wet season or rainfall season. All right. So this graph shows a climate change scenario based on the precipitation anomaly, and based on the graph, and I circle down the red. I do the red circle to show the anomaly that we expect to happen in between 2021 to 2028. I think around 2026 or 2027, we might undergo a very how to call it, high intensity of drought period. So we currently studying currently, and then but then we take all the precautions and try to prepare to undergo this period of time of drought. So we can see that really high negative of precipitation anomaly is around negative 29%. And then there also some increase in positive precipitation anomaly, but then that's later in throughout the chart and later after 2077. But after that negative anomaly, then we also expect to see some increment in the positive anomaly, towards 16%. So directly after the drought season, there will be high intensity of rain. Yeah, that will cause a lot of flooding later on, maybe towards after 2030, right? So when we go back to the water demand in Kelantan, so this chart is a study made on the National Water Resource Study by our ministry, and this is a report come out on the August 2011. This chart show a water demand. This chart is actually made in around 2010, and then the water demand is around at 2010 is around 400 million liter per day, but currently we are in 2022 and the water demand is around here 700. It's way above the high line of water demand expectation projection in the 700, and we expect this water demand will increase double or triple the supply, and then we did not expect that we able to make up to all this demand. So from this graph, you can see the low one, the middle one is the median, and the orange one is the low demand, minimum demand. So we expect the minimum demand is when the seasonal rainfall, and the higher demand occur during the drought period. So later on I will chart this back, and then it start from this line of 700 million liter per day towards high. Yeah, that's coming the point. All right, so the water stress and this demand, with the increment of the demand from the citizen of Kelantan, it increased the stress, the water stress level of the state. The water stress is the condition where there are imbalance between the water demand and the water availability consumed for for everyday needs. This term is given by UNESCO in 2009. So so when the stress is increased, when the demand is increased, the stress, the water stress towards the supply is increased. So the red one is the district there whereby there are higher stress than the others. So more extremely high, higher than extremely high level, the red one. And then we go lower, the baby blue one, and then there are deep blue, that's it, in the low condition. So on the left is the 2020, the current state, and 2040 is our prediction state. So the stress will occur into the current low stress state later on during the progress. It will due to the increment of population, industrial and agriculture activities. All right, and yeah, okay. Another one, another point is on the water pollution that we talked just now. Due to the high increment of rainfall, the intensity and of the flood that happen, the frequency of flood, it can affect the water quality. and it also will accelerate the erosion, the landslide, bank erosion, and finally leads towards sedimentation downstream. This is some of the picture happen during whenever there's a heavy rainfall, then high rainfall intensity throughout the state. Some road also been damaged, and then of course the river take up a lot of pollution, especially on the sediment, and this will cause the water treatment companies some high cost, especially on the coagulant and flocculant to remove all this sediment, and it also impact the water on the nutrient concentration and pollution loading rate. And because of in dry season, high temperature will also increase the water temperature, and the water become it's not a good habitat for some of the fish to live and to live, and also increase some algae population, that unwanted algae population that will cause the oxygen in the water become reduced. So high temperature, intense rainfall, increased surface and sediment runoff will cause a lot of nutrient and pollutant loading problem to our to the water bodies, right? And when we have gone through some three main issue of the climate effect on water resource, and yeah, and the solution that there's a lot of solution available out there, but then for this talk, I will focus on the infra and technological solution. And of course, some of us might think that, yeah, we just need to save water, but saving it, just reducing your amount of usage every day is not gonna help in the long run. We need to do something to make sure that we can adapt whenever, for example, there very less water available, or there's so many water available. So there are two different conditions that we need to adapt. All right, so we go to the first one. What currently the state of Kelantan is doing. Okay, the first thing is that we develop a multi-purpose dam that focus on WEF, that focus on the flood protection on water, and then hydroelectric. Of course, the dam will generate electricity, and then agriculture, farming, F. So agriculture. So this multi-purpose dam help. We built two actually in the we call that Ninggiri Dam and Lebeh Dam, and this two dam is currently ongoing construction, and it's projected to reduce the flooding to the lower Kelantan River Basin in the capital of the state, Kota Baru, up to 40 to 45%, and then of course increase the water catchment for agriculture and other usage, and of course one more direct effect is that we can generate also free renewable hydroelectric from the dam. And in the same time, it also solved the issue of the water pollution, the excess of high nutrient and high loading towards the Bushiri River and others. Right. And to combat the flood, flash flood, what we call that happens suddenly, the flood that happens suddenly. In the national level, they are developing a national flood forecasting and warning system. It's already been developed since 2000, but then it's been upgraded. It's been upgraded to include all these necessary sensors that and also include the satellite forecasting to forecast heavy rainfall, and then to observe to measure all this evaporation and soil moisture, and then to observe the water level and the flow. So from this, it goes in the part of detection, and then forecast is being made based on the model and algorithm and calculation that be made, and also tidal, river profile, topography, land use, and terrain. Then we made a forecast based and made some model, and then we do a forecast. So when it's heavily rain later on, we know this kind of heavy rain will cause and plus the high level, high sea, high tide level, and then plus all these other parameter, then we know that this kind of rain, is it going to make going to become a flash flood or not? So it goes towards the forecast data center, and then after that it become warning, and then it will be disseminated. Right now, dissemination is become faster through the SMS to our phone, and then and of course with help of social media and things like that from the official social media of government agency, we can know that there are flood expected to become to be happening in certain area. So people need to beware, and for example, and there are high tidal level coming in some of our beach, and people should not go swimming or do some sea activity. So it becomes easier for the public to have this kind of to receive this
Dr.
kind of
Mohammed?
warning to avoid some unnecessary event to occur. Right.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. It's a wonderful presentation, and everyone has been raptured in your presentation. But a small request from our organizers is to speed up the presentation a little, as we do have other keynote speakers and we are pressed for time a little bit. So sorry for the interruption, sir.
Okay, so I just left with three more slides. No problem, I will speed up. Okay, my third last slide. One of the key things that we are currently building up to combat this shortage of water during the dry season is to have an off-river water storage that can supply up to 500 million liters per day. This is currently constructed, currently in construction in area of Machang, Kelantan, and it will help in avoiding the flooding, and also help in providing water during the dry season. And of course, when we say dry season, when the water level is low, So treatment plant, we have difficulties in extracting the water from the river. So Kelantan State currently is using RBF, riverbank filtration, using horizontal collector well. We using some capillary to take the water under the river instead of on the same level as water table, local water table in the river. We take it under the river. So this is some of the diagram, and this one is the construction of horizontal collector well that we carry out in one of the districts in Kelantan. So yeah, that's the end of my talk. Actually, thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the wonderful presentation and lecture. I'm sure it's been very informative to everyone here. Before we proceed to our next keynote speaker, I would like to inform the participants and listeners that we as hosts are keeping an eye all the happenings of the conference, but we request you all to give us a moment's time to sort out any interruptions or any new information that we receive. So thank you for your understanding. And my request to all the participants is to kindly please be on mute until the keynote addresses have been finished. So moving on. So next, I would like to welcome Dr. Mohammad Muqtada Ali Khan, who is presently working as a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Earth Science, University Malaysia Kelantan since 2011 to till date. After completing his doctorate from Aligarh Muslim University, he joined in October 2009 as a postdoctoral fellow for 18 months in University Sains Malaysia and worked on development of a quantitative risk assessment model for landslide in Malaysia. His research is mainly focused on hydrogeological modeling, conventional groundwater quality assessment, groundwater recharge, and contamination studies using stable isotopes. He has also been involved in a project on groundwater development resources and seawater intrusion into groundwater in the states of Kelantan, Malaysia. Dr. Khan, it is a wonderful opportunity as well as it is our honor to host you with us. Kindly please go ahead with your keynote address.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Good. So first of all, I would like to thank to ISERS and BioLeagues for giving me this opportunity to share some of my research with you all. So today I choose a topic, secret of groundwater. Just my honorable dean, they spoken about many things which is also related with the groundwater studies, maybe in coming slides. So the main title of the today is the secret of groundwater, and when we go specific, so assessment of groundwater quality in Kelantan, future challenges and potential. This is one of the case study. Okay, this is the outline presentation. Introduction, groundwater resources around the world, groundwater storage and potential threat, groundwater scenario in Malaysia. Then I go more specific in Kelantan, and what are the possible solutions and recommendations. So as we know, the theme of our conference is Go Green, Shape the Future Green Planet. So as I think we know, and every country is doing effort how we make green our planet, how we make green our environment. So many components, so many key roles is there. It's not mean only just one thing we do, others leave it. So one of the component is the groundwater. So I will start introduction of of the talk with this verse, in the Quran. The meaning of this verse is our God, our Creator, our Allah mission is we have created every living thing from the water. So we can think our body, cells, everywhere we can see the role of the water. So in simple words, without water, I think there is no life. We need a water for every development. If we want to be a developed country, make sure the water resources should be good. Some of the slides my Dean just shown us how the stress going on, how the draft coming, if no less landfall, how the draft coming, how draft is appearing in the future. So so what we can say, if no water in our daily life, so the life is very difficult. So without water, we can stay, but I think without petrol we can stay, but without water, I think it's difficult to spend our life. So land and use, land and waters are both are vital resources around which overall development of a country. Strong interaction between the two and their dependence on the component of sociological system highlight the need for putting groundwater resources at the center of any developmental effort. So from this figure, this is the very normal figure. We can see we have too much amount of water, but the 97% of water is saline water. It means we can say we are, that's why we say blue planet. We are surrounding with the water. That water is not easy to use for different purposes. We have only fresh water 3%, and this fresh water, if we see here, also again classify in different types of water, escapes, groundwater, and others. We have river water, swamps, lakes. So what the purpose of this highlight is here. Sometime we think it river water, surface water, we have sufficient, and we not think about much on groundwater. Many countries, they are totally depend on surface water. They are not thinking about the groundwater development. But if we see here with this in this picture, groundwater is 30%, which is clearly showing it's more than the surface water. So this is a comparison why groundwater can be better than the surface water. Okay, this depends also area to area, but maybe, for example, in Malaysia, we are still mostly using surface water. We have still a big resource of groundwater, but maybe sometime we have misconceptions. We think this groundwater is not suitable, not safe. We extract, that problem can create. Yes, problem can create, but when we go for excess withdrawal of groundwater. So in simple words, from all this conclusion of this slide, all the points I can say groundwater is more better than surface water in terms of treatment, in terms of the stability and quality, and also in terms of the transport, and well as the little impact on our environment. Okay, this is some of the data which shows the groundwater usage for drinking purpose. So we can see this all the developed country, mostly they are using groundwater for drinking purpose. So in Malaysia, the present day, around 3% water we are using, means the groundwater we are using. So still we have 97% water in our reserve, in our aquifer system. Our government is trying to develop more and more in groundwater to overcome the problems in coming futures. This is the some of the other water statistics about also groundwater. So if we see here, they are using the 65% for drinking water, 20% for irrigation, and 15% industry and mining. So this one of the slide, we can, sorry, we can see here. Sorry, wait a minute. Okay. Long-term groundwater recharge. Meaning is help of rainfall, because when rainfall comes, it's not all rainfall goes into the reservoir. Maybe only 20%, 25%, 30%. It depend on the type of soil, depend type of geology of the area. So maybe the remaining rainfall goes to the ocean or into the river, but not 100% rainfall goes into the groundwater system. So we can see here different colors from brown to the red, the green color. So the green color represent a good recharge in that area. So we have the different, the word map here, and we can see different colors. Some of the color showing the red color, brown color, and some of the color showing here by the green color. So the green one is we have good recharge. It means water, the aquifer is efficient. But what just in the previous presentation, we observe we see the prediction projection from 2020 to 2040. So if, let's say this projection is totally correct, so the recharge can be affected. And if recharge can be affected, of course, amount of groundwater also less in our system. So far, present day, Malaysia consider under the good groundwater recharge. So far, the previous slide I show still we have sufficient amount of water, but others we can see, for example, our neighboring country like India, we already under 20 to 100%. We are getting more and more water, except the northeast part, because northeast part has a good rainfall. Are living in India. Okay, this slide is showing here about the global water usage with respect to the population, and they predicted until 2025. So here are 3 lines we can see. The lowest, the red one, is representing the population, and the upper black and blue line is representing the water withdrawal and consumption. So from this graph, we can see even the population is not increasing, but not as much very fast. But the withdrawal of water and consumption is increasing very fast compared to the population. So it means either we are using water without necessary, or second, maybe our infrastructure, our development is getting more and more fast. And sometimes if we realize maybe this is the everyday happen in our life, if we need a half glass of water, generally we take full glass and we half it through. If any plant requires certain amount of water, but we don't care it, we just use it, that water, even that plant or that crop is not need amount of water. So this is some of the things which we are just wasting of our water. So of course we are not realizing, but it anyhow it's impact on the groundwater system. Okay, what happened? Okay, this is the slide which representing the water pressure or water stress. This mostly is on groundwater because we have water, groundwater and surface water, but here I'm mostly talking about the groundwater. So we can see here different colors which representing the stress withdrawal is where stress which related to the withdrawal. So the as we see here, Malaysia still in the category of medium, representing the medium category in terms of the stress of the groundwater. But some of the country we can see by red color means the stress, too much stress on the groundwater system. So this color is not a permanent color. This is dynamic. It can be changed. Of course, one is red color. It's not easy come to the yellow color because we already taken that water. It's not easy. But the one which is still in below the yellow and the low and medium category, if we not take care of this groundwater resource, possibly in future, this color can be changes. Means we are more stress on the our groundwater system. That's right, sure. Sorry, the slide is stuck on. Okay. Okay, this is the slide which is showing in terms of poverty, because poverty is one of the issue around the world. So we are every country is trying to eradicate the poverty. If we see here few countries, the developed countries, the main countries, they bring in this slide in this data. We see the on the top is the Finland, and at the bottom one, the last one is Hati. So Finland, in terms of management of water, is very good. If we have the good management, because the management control everything in terms of quantity, in terms of quality, in terms of use, everything. So if we have the good management, we can keep it good amount of water. You can see the both end here, the Finland as well as the Hatia. So if we have sufficient amount of water in our country, means we can do more and more good resource, and the economic can be more and more developed. You can see in some of the pictures here, they are taking the water from the surface water. Even this water is clearly not clear. And here the well and this one showing the cartoon coming from 2 kilometers. So how it's difficult if we think in the reality, how it's difficult to take water or to collect the water from 2 kilometers. And we can see every day in many countries we have a long queue to take the water. So this is the time where we need to be think, and we need to be start from ourselves, how I save this water from myself, as well as then I can spread this message to others. Okay, this is the this picture is a general picture because I put it here because possible some of us not have a geology background. So sometimes we think the wherever we dig we can get our water. Is it not necessary? It's depend on the geological condition. So that's why sometimes the cost of the withdrawing of water is too much. If we not really properly use that water, it means it's not good. We see here in certain some type of few pictures here. I put it all the possible types of water storage here. For example, if we see this picture, these arrows, blue arrows, only showing has a water in this area, but it's not mean everywhere. So this map is a Malaysian map, which is representing type of groundwater storage. What are the possible threats of our groundwater system? So these are the common threats we see around us. This is the common threats around us. But I think we are not too much thinking. If the threat is outside, maybe we think we are safe. No, this groundwater is always flowing. Maybe not my area from far, from certain distance, the groundwater can be flow and contaminate also my groundwater in on my well. So we need to be think and we need to be care and we need to identify threats. What are the possible threats in my area, in my surrounding? If we identify the threats, then we need to be find the solution. Either, of course, we cannot do anything alone. Maybe every country, every city, every state has some bodies who's controlling these activities. We need to go, we need to inform them. Okay, this is another impact of on the groundwater if we too much amount of water in terms of the withdrawing too much amount of water. So this is one of the picture we can see here, effect on the wells and also effect on the other wells, because groundwater is coming from the underground. So if we take too much amount of water, possible maybe the subsidence, if we are living near to the ocean area, coastal area, so that contaminate the ocean water and goes to into your groundwater. So once it's contaminated, of course, it's not easy to recover. If we have the wells, which is one is deep well, one is shallow well, both are beside each other. So if deep well will take more amount of water, at the same time, the shallow well will be dry. So this condition happening, especially in India. India, one of the country where we are withdrawing too much amount of water. So these are the possible condition if we can take our groundwater in high amount. So this, with time we can see how our groundwater resource getting depleted. These are the three, the wells with the rope. When the first well, our grandpa well, water is very shallow. But when we reach to our grandson time, you see the water, the well already very deep. And we need too much effort to take with water. So if we think more future, if we not take care, this will be more deep and deep. And of course, if the water is getting more deep and deep, we need to spend more money for drilling, we need to spend more money for water pump to bring up. So affect everything on our economy as well as on the other environment. Okay, this is some of the scenario of groundwater in Malaysia. We have many states, around 13 states in Malaysia. So Kelantan is one of the states which mostly using the groundwater around 40 to 70%. And some of the other states, which are also using the groundwater, especially for Selangor. This is one of the developed state of Malaysia, which is usually water for industrial purpose. Okay, this is the scenario. Okay. Okay, this is the scenario of groundwater resources in Malaysia. Okay, example, if we receive a rainfall, so some amount of rainfall, some of the evaporation, same amount what I put in the earlier, same amount of rainfall as goes inside. We will use the word recharge. And same time, we also, if we take the water sustainably, so we have the reserve. We have this amount to 653 to 10 to the power 9 cubic meter. We have this amount of water reserve. But in the another scenario, if no rainfall, let's say there is no rainfall. So if no rainfall means there is no recharge from the rainfall, no evaporation from the rainfall. So we need to be, and we have this amount of storage. At that time, we need to be use our water sustainably. What the previous the prediction 2020 to 2040. So this, the management play a very important role, how we manage these resources. Okay, this is the sum of my case study. I just show one of the case study here. This is the state of, I think I take few more minutes. This is the state of Kelantan. So what I told in the initially, various type of geology or diverse geological condition is here. So this study area, mostly from the northern part, because we have mostly alluvium in this area, in the northern and the bottom part, mostly the hard rock. This area easy to get water, and most of the wells developed in the northern part of the Kelantan. So the present issue of Kelantan, we are taking amount of water. So the national water resource already predicted 2050. I think and one of the graph of my honorable building show the graph with three different color lines. So here mention about 2010 to 70 and 43 million liter per day in year 2030 and 250. So it's, you can see from 2030 to 2050, almost water demand is double. So almost certainly the quality and groundwater aquifers would be a major environmental hazard to be handled in future. This is one of the common present, one of the major issue in case of Kelantan. This is the sum of the usage, how the water they are using for public, private, agriculture, as well as for industrial purpose. So this case study, mostly I collected the sample from the shallow or domestic wells. So in domestic wells or in the housing, are using the shallow wells, which you can see the structures. And we have collected the sample. After sample, we analyze and we get some results. At the same time, we also monitor the water level, because we have two things when we want to see the sustainability. One is quantity, one is quality. Both are important for us. So if we say save the water, it not means only just amount. In terms of quality, in terms of quantity, both we need to be bring both quality and quantity. We need to bring both kind of statistics in our groundwater study. So this is some of the water level maps. which can see the area has some of the, that like mound, cones, some of the depressions. So these actually, these depressions showing high amount of water withdrawing. So maybe in future, when the demand is high, rainfall is less, that depression can be more deep, and this mound can get more lower. So it can be changed. The scenario can be changed with time if we not do proper management. Okay, this is some of the quality parameter also we analyzed in this research. So the first is TDS concentration, the peaks. These peaks showing the total dissolved solid, because the quality, generally, if we want to know that just only one parameter, we just analyze the TDS, because TDS, most of the component inside the TDS total dissolved solid. So these high values is representing the high TDS, but still within the limit, even the high, but it's not for any harm so far. So this is the nitrate. Nitrate also one of the major important element which should be analyzed, especially in the domestic well, because we are using so much sewage. The sewage system is there. There's many agriculture activities there. So in this area we should be measure the nitrate. So most of the nitrate sample also within the permissible limit of WHO, as well as the fluoride. So here in this slide we can see because this sampling within two time period. One is before the rainfall event, and second is after the rainfall event. So we can see how this quality is changing. So first figure on the top one is showing the figure which is before the monsoon, and second one is after the monsoon, means after the rainfall. So this as an example, I am not going in detail because I think my time already end. So this is the example. This in the previous, the chloride content is more than the sodium, but with time, with the after monsoon, this chloride shifting towards the sodium side. Sodium. So this is the changes. So that's why it's a dynamic study. We need to monitor always the groundwater quality. Maybe I will move to my last part of slides. Okay, this is one of the important diagram where we can classify all the types of water. So if you see, this is the diagram which is considered before the rainfall event, before pre-monsoon. You can see all the sample in one cluster actually, but in after the monsoon, this cluster already break up and spread to the sample. So this is the impact of rainfall. So mostly the dilution factor is there. Okay, this diagram also representing the same thing. Okay, these two diagrams mostly use it for irrigation purpose, because we use groundwater also for irrigation purposes. So in the pre-monsoon area, the most of the groundwater is under this zone. So we consider it's more safe except this one sample. But if we move towards the after the rainfall event, so we can see the trend of the sample is changed. It means anyhow rainfall playing an important role to change the quality of water. Okay, also we did some of the trace element study. So as per the table, we analyze many trace elements. So out of all trace element, iron, manganese, and this lead and strontium is more than the limit of WHO as well as Malaysian health standards. So there are many reasons of high, maybe possible due to the some interaction of the geology and the groundwater, as well as also the local piping system, and the concentration of lead most probably due to the fertilizer, because when they use agriculture activities, of course, fertilizer is one of the important components. So this component, this high amount of iron, lead, as well as strontium, come from mostly from the anthropogenic activities. This is some of the study which I did. Maybe in short, I will explain this one of the study where I did on the impact of landslide on the groundwater, how the landslide affecting the groundwater in surrounding area. So we have this result. We can see it in the green, in the yellow. So these are the elements which is really high compared to WHO and NEMOH. So we can see directly impact of the landfill on the groundwater. Okay, groundwater development requires proper investigation. So we should not lose our hope. We have different techniques. We have geophysical techniques. We have remote sensing techniques. From these techniques, we can identify the new resources of groundwater for future challenges. So this is some of the, I put the pictures here, the geophysical study for the new groundwater sources. And this is some of the solutions other than we, of course, we will identify also new. This is also some of the other possible solution, how we can restore, how we can keep good groundwater reserve in our aquifers, such as we need to prepare the recharge ponds, we need to prepare control our pumping, we need to prepare also the new canals, we need to prepare the recharge ponds for artificial recharge, as well as also the good management. So I think this is just wait. I think this is my slide is stacking. Okay, some of the recommendation. There is a need to mobilize groundwater professional together with water resource managers, irrigation engineer, soil scientists, identify transsector governance and management response for improving resource sustainability. So the last, this water is a gift of God. We should respect, we should save, and we should protect. If we do these things, it means we are saying thanks to our God. So thank you very much for this my note. This is just I share one of the philosopher mentioned ignorance the mother of poverty. I think this can fit in everywhere, in every field. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your wonderful presentation. So on. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Alok Raj Gupta. He is an expert in energy and sustainability strategies. He is the founder and CEO of Envicologic, an energy and sustainability think tank, advisory and training firm. Alok holds a BA honors in economics from the University of Delhi, an MS degree in economics, resource and environment economics from Delhi University, India. He has been practicing as an energy and sustainability economist with a host of global corporations, multilateral agencies, and governments. Alok is considered to be one of Asia's emerging thought leaders with over 100 articles, essays, and white papers and publications. He has delivered keynote talks and conducted trainings and workshops at numerous international platforms on addressing the most pressing energy and sustainability challenges of our times. He is the author of Reinventing the Energy Value Chains, PenMed 2021, focused on new energy strategies which are cleaner, greener, and smarter. So I would like to there is a request from our organizers to all the keynote speakers. So as you do understand that we have many more keynote speakers and the technical session that is upcoming as well, we request you all to keep your keynote speech 20 minutes and under that, and it would be much appreciated. I'm sure all of us have a lot of knowledge to share, but if we could compartmentalize it to 20 minutes, it would be much wonderful. On that note, so we'll go to Mr. Alok Gupta. Sir, kindly go ahead with your keynote address.
First of all, can you confirm if you can hear me all right?
Yes, sir, we can hear you all right.
Great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone who's watching and is participating in this conference from wherever you are in this, globally. And thank you for that precise and to the point introduction of me. And let me assure, I'm going to keep my presentation short. I think the issue that this conference is focusing on, especially today, is such that I have deliberately tried to keep my presentation simple, straightforward, short, and devoid of jargons. The idea will be to create as much value in terms of what we can do going forward for an effective climate action, right? And keeping the theme in mind. Let me see if I can share my screen. Is my screen visible to everybody?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, fantastic. So mitigation and adaptation through SDGs is the title of my presentation, my keynote presentation. Before I begin, very briefly, besides what has already been covered in my introduction, environmental economics is what I focus on. I have looked at multiple dimensions and aspects of sustainability and energy issues. And the focus is essentially on how we can identify and figure out solutions to these pressing problems by combining the domain knowledge of environment and energy and the knowledge of economics. Because until and unless we do not combine the two and do not rely on the economic logic, we will not have long-lasting and effective solutions. Briefly about InvecloLogic, as many of you might have guessed already, InvecloLogic is the synthesis of environment and economic logic. And we are a research, advisory, capacity building, and thought leadership firm in the area of energy and sustainability. And we're headquartered in New Delhi. It's been quite a journey over the last 4.5 years for us, wherein we have published more than 30 high-valued reports, and we have created impact in terms of enabling reduction of more than 5 million tons of carbon dioxide, very intensive capacity building programs that we run impacting thousands of people. So that's a brief background about what we do. Now I would like to really start my presentation by highlighting the key outcome of the IPCC report, which was published early this year. And the crux of that was, of course, there were many outcomes. The crux of that was if we do not reduce our GHG emissions almost by 45 to 50% by 2030, which is just 8 years away, then we are certain to miss 1.5 degrees Celsius goal of warming, which effectively means that we lose our chance to avert widespread catastrophe. For your reference, we are already warm by 1.1 degrees. So we hover between 1 degree Celsius to 1.1 degrees Celsius already. So there's really not much scope for us to take these forecasts by IPCC and many other scientific bodies lightly anymore. 8 years is not a big time horizon. And many who do not understand these reports and predictions would already be seeing around themselves what kind of catastrophes and the increase in frequency of extreme weather conditions, floods, drought, cyclones, all around us, right? So it's a no-brainer that the frequency of these natural calamities have increased. And IPCC has really stressed this time that 1.5 degrees is really something going to be very hard to avert unless we reduce our emissions by 45% in the next 8 years. Then really keeping, against this background, what should be the goal before the entire humankind, not just Asians or Indians or Indonesians, the entire humankind? The focus has to be survival, right? Survival is the only thing that we need to focus on, however it comes. Essentially, there are two key words which can help us wade through this difficult time: mitigation and adaptation. So whether we should go down the mitigation paths or adaptation path, and this is really the focus, as I understand, of today's conference. Climate action via mitigation and / adaptation. Now, what I'm suggesting is that can anybody guarantee? My question is that, can anybody guarantee that mitigation alone will help us survive? I guess no. Can adaptation be the only answer? No. It has to be both, a combination of both, because we're not sure what will work, right? And if survival is in question, we will have to put all hands on the deck and do whatever we can. So we have to look at mitigation, adaptation, combination of both strategies. And that's the reason I feel that this particular conference, Asia for Earth, is amongst the few platforms, I would say globally, which is discussing both these issues together at the same time. Otherwise, normally, platforms and institutions discuss or focus either on mitigation or adaptation. But to discuss both is non-negotiable, because we don't want to go down the mitigation or adaptation path for the heck of it. We want to focus on survival, right? And that's the key issue on the table. Additionally, this Asia for Earth conference becomes all the more crucial because the risk, the threat, and the number of people who are going to be impacted is highest in this one continent. It's even more than Africa. So the vulnerability quotient, when we talk about the impact of climate change, is highest in Asia. And therefore, Asia for Earth conference becomes all the more imminent, all the more relevant for us all to discuss. Now, I think the next obvious thing is for us to look at what mitigation and adaptation mean really. Okay, so in simple words, climate change mitigation refers to efforts to reduce or prevent emissions of greenhouse gases, right? So mitigation is referring to dealing with the root cause. The root cause is greenhouse gas emissions, which is leading to global warming. And what mitigation strategy suggests is that you reduce that emission, you reduce or deal with the root cause, right? Now, well, everybody wants to focus on mitigation largely, and that's the larger part of the discourse normally across the board. But again, I will circle back to the question I asked earlier. Can anybody guarantee that mitigation alone will take care of the situation? Of course, with very high degree of probability, even IPCC suggests that, greenhouse gas, if we can reduce it by 43% in the next 8 years, or so and so percent in the next 20 years, we will be able to avert the climate crisis. But the big question really is survival, as I mentioned earlier. And therefore, keeping in mind that even if mitigation strategies was to lead to a certain outcome, and even if somebody guaranteed that mitigation will help us take care of climate crisis, the problem is that there has not been global consensus in terms of climate action. one after the other, the outcomes of climate summits and cooperations and agreements haven't achieved the kind of outcome they should have. Whether it was Kyoto Protocol, whether it was the Paris Agreement, we have seen how even the big nations of the world have not really joined hands with the developing countries and other parts of the world in really solving the climate crisis. The whole political economy, the whole self-centered approach and myopic approach of these countries really come in the way of building a global cooperation. So quite possible that if we are not able to really implement mitigation strategies to the desired outcome, we will have to resort to adaptation, which is if the climate change is manifesting itself in different ways, we will not wait for the government, or we will not wait for the United Nations really to help us, on that day, at that moment, in that part of the world. If you are in Bali and something is going on, would you say that, no, I don't want to do, I don't want to act, I don't want to save myself or my family because the government did not act? No, you cannot. And therefore, adaptation strategies to adjust yourself to the changing scenarios is very important. In other words, climate change adaptation refers to actions that reduce the negative impact of climate change while taking advantage of potential new opportunities, making adjustments, to put it simply. Now, I would really want to use some simple examples to explain conceptually adaptation and mitigation. As Asians, we are all aware of the issues of air pollution, right? Now, if you're in a city like New Delhi, pollution is a very big problem. Now, year after year, there are promises to deal with the pollution, but the whole population pressure, the industrial activity pressure, so many other constraints exist that the pollution problem is not addressed effectively. There could also be policy ineffectiveness. But people have started using air purifiers, right? Now, the usage of air purifiers is adaptation, because even though the air pollution is there outside, but you're using some form of equipment or device to ensure that in your bedroom, in your office space, you're able to breathe and clean it. That's adaptation. If the government is banning diesel vehicles to ensure that there is lesser pollution, there is lesser particulate matter going into the atmosphere, that is mitigation. Okay. Let's see if you can think of in the context of GHG emissions, reducing GHG emissions, of course, by means of switching to renewable energy, by means of shutting down coal-based power plants, will be mitigation. And let's say for people or for farmers who are coastal farmers, and because of climate change, water level is rising, and if coastal farmers are receding and receding the land and really pushing their farmland further behind, so that the rising sea level does not flood their fields, that becomes adaptation. In simple words, if climate change is causing extreme heat waves, then how do you keep yourself cool? Constructing houses which keeps the indoor space cooler will be adaptation. So that is through these simple examples, I hope you now understand conceptually what adaptation means and what mitigation means. Moving on, interestingly, there is some general understanding of mitigation and adaptation on one hand, and on the other, we also know, and many of you must be aware of, Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. But I think the value I want to create here is that combining the two for a more effective strategy. So looking at mitigation and adaptation strategies as part of climate action from the lens of Sustainable Development Goals. Now, let's see how we can do that. And if we can really understand this effectively, I think a large number of solutions, and many institutions must be participating in this conference. They can take cues from this presentation and can have their own white papers and research papers and various activities from this very concept itself. See how each of these sustainable development goals can lead to climate action strategies. So sustainable development goals essentially were these SDGs is a set of 17 goals propounded by the United Nations. They were earlier, Millennium Development Goals, but they transitioned into Sustainability Development Goals as part of Agenda 2030. And these 17 goals essentially are focusing on improving the lives and well-being of people around the globe. And that's really the idea. There's just one goal amongst these 17 goals, which talks about climate action in particular. But what I'm proposing here is that we need to look at all these 17 goals, because this is the best toolkit which is available to us for determining the adaptation and mitigation strategies. Okay, so in the remaining part of my presentation and my keynote talk, I'm going to focus on each of these, how each of these goals can be looked at as a tool, as a strategy to address the climate crisis. It could either be adaptation, it could either be mitigation, or it could be both. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. The first goal out of these sustainable development goals is ending poverty. End poverty in all its forms everywhere. Now, we have to understand that the access to resources makes you less vulnerable. So many of you must have heard of, big and intense cyclones striking the east coast of the US, right? But we never really hear that this particular cyclone killed 500 people, 1,000 people. But if that happens in some island or some coastal parts of Asia, people die, So the difference is that America has access to large amount of resources. It's a rich country, it's a developed country. And despite its exposure to climate change as much as it might be to any other nation, America is less vulnerable, and any other country in Africa or in Asia are much more vulnerable. So ending poverty and improving access to resources makes us less vulnerable to climate change, which means that if we achieve this particular goal, it will help us adapt to climate change better. Ending hunger, achieving food security, and improving nutrition and promoting sustainable agriculture. That's goal number 2, zero hunger. And this particular goal helps in adaptation if we are adjusting to negative impacts of climate change on food production, because changing monsoon patterns, for example, has a huge impact on our crop yields. And that's something that many nations, including India, is already experiencing big time, because our yields of wheat, rice, paddy are getting compromised big time. Next goal is good health and well-being. Obviously, climate change is also leading to heat waves and extreme weather conditions. It's also aiding in the spread of various viruses, right? So this particular goal is helping in adaptation, because changing climatic patterns causing more people to fall sick. And if we have better health infrastructure, the better we're going to be able to deal with climate change impacts. So this is adaptation. If you look at goal number 4, which is ensuring quality education, 5, gender equality, which is achieving gender empowerment for all women and girls. Both these goals, goal number 4 and 5, could be looked at as strategies to achieve both climate mitigation as well as climate adaptation. because with better education, we can be more aware of the causes and ways climate change is impacting, and we can prepare ourselves better. And if we understand how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through better education, that's mitigation. Gender equality and empowerment also leads to, one way or the other, dealing with the changing ecosystem, and how we can, because women impact, like for example, if women in rural parts of the world or rural parts of Asia in this particular context rely less on hydrocarbons or burning wood for cooking food, right? That's a source of carbon dioxide, So if you look at the macro picture across Asia, a lot of women depend on biomass burning as cooking fuel. So that can be addressed. So we can look at goal number 4 or 5 as a combination of both mitigation and adaptation techniques. Goal number 6, clean water and sanitation. So just one example, because climate change leads to floods and heavy rains in certain parts of the world, causing floods, so that leads to contamination of water at many places. And if we can have strategies and infrastructure that can ensure clean water and sanitation, that will be like a wall against climate change impact, especially again in the developing parts of Asia, developing and underdeveloped parts of Asia. Moving on to the next goal, affordable and clean energy, which is to ensure access to affordable, clean, affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. And that essentially means clean energy, renewable energy. And this is one of the biggest channel of reducing greenhouse gas emissions if we move away from hydrocarbons to solar, wind, geothermal. And this is mainly mitigation strategy. It's also partly adaptation strategy because extreme climatic conditions, extreme weather conditions may also lead to non-functioning or non-operability of the existing power generation infrastructure. If there is a huge flood, for example, around a power plant and it shuts down, then you won't get power. So having, let's say, distributed generation of solar or wind is also a means to adapt. So it's mainly mitigation, but also adaptation. The next sustainable development goal is decent work and economic growth, promoting sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. Is adaptation, but it's also mitigation, because if we can have a sustainable economic growth, sustainable from a triple bottom line perspective, then that also means that we're achieving economic growth, but we're doing so keeping environmental impacts in mind. Similarly, goal number 9, building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization and foster innovation, is both mitigation and adaptation, because if we do not have resilient infrastructure, we are not adapting well to the impacts of climate change, which means that you can simply compare what the kind of destruction which the flash floods in Uttarakhand a few years ago had on people, on the way it damaged properties and so many lives were lost because the infrastructure wasn't really resilient and climate proof, in other words. And as I mentioned earlier, a similar impact in the US or any part of Europe would not lead to similar damages, right, or loss of lives. So that's adaptation. And as part of this particular goal, if sustainable industrialization and greater degree of innovation is taking place, then we are rest assured that innovation will lead to solutions which are going to be less carbon intensive, or even carbon neutral or carbon negative in some cases. Reducing inequality is goal number 10, which we have discussed this partly earlier. it's adaptation, because reduction of inequality means there is better distribution of resources, there's better access to resources by certain sections of the population, and that means reduce vulnerability. Goal number 11 is extremely important. We're talking about making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, and resilient and sustainable. As Asians, we know that in order to get better access to opportunities, migration is a very big aspect of Asian cities. Urbanization, and therefore development is really concentrated across the board. You look at certain cities in Asia, Beijing, Shanghai, New Delhi, Mumbai. So we need to decentralize development first, and knowing that by 2030, 70% of the population are going to be residing, 75% of the population is going to be residing in cities, means that any impact of climate change, in terms of extreme weather conditions or extreme climatic manifestations at these hotspots, means more damage and more loss of lives. And therefore, we need to make our cities more resilient in every possible manner. Even when COVID-19 struck, more number of lives were lost in cities because, the density of people living in cities is very high. The interface is very high, and therefore making cities, resilient or climate-proofing cities is very important. The next goal is ensuring sustainable consumption and production. I think it's something that we intuitively understand. Producing things sustainably, which does not have carbon implications, and even consuming them sustainably. So we consume less and responsibly, and we do not generate more and more waste. All of it in combination is largely mitigation, but also in parts adaptation. Climate action is mainly mitigation because it is focusing on GHG emission reduction as the main goal. If you look at the next three goals, goal number 4, life below water. Goal number 14, life below water. Goal number 15, life on land. And goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. All these are mainly adaptation, because we are trying to ensure that life below water, life on land are able to survive, are able to adapt. And we also understand that climate change may also lead to conflicts because the access to resources is reducing day by day. And therefore, restoring peace and strengthening our institutions also becomes a part of the adaptation strategy that we need to resort to. The last goal is strengthening the means of implementation and revitalizing the global partnership for sustainable development. And I can't stress on this more because an effective climate strategy can be achieved or can be effectively implemented only when there is an effective and powerful cooperation and coordination at global level as well as local levels. So this particular goal can be both mitigation and adaptation, but mainly mitigation at this point in time. So we have looked at how each of these 17 goals can be either a mitigation strategy or an adaptation strategy, or even both, right? So if we are really confused as to what should be the climate action strategy, we should simply look at sustainable development goals, all 17 goals, and see how our efforts and resources can be aligned with one of these 17 goals, or some of them, or all of them. Of course, there will be prioritization in terms of which one is leading to better results, or which one is more, more urgent, should be urgently addressed than others. But this is the only most optimum set of strategies, or I would say toolkit, which can help us focus on climate action to avert climate crisis and ensure our survival. Thank you, everybody, for listening to this presentation patiently. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to address them. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the presentation. So if there are any questions, you can put it up in the chat box. So in the meanwhile, we will be moving on to our next keynote speaker. So next up is Dr. Saeed Piraste. He has over 22 years of experience in research and development and teaching at various universities and industries in many countries. He is a university professor at Southwest Jiatong University, Chengdu, China. He is also a research scientist collaborator at the Geospatial Sensing and Data Intelligence Lab, University of Waterloo, and an instructor at the University of Calgary, Canada. He is the United Nations Global Geospatial Information Management Expert Academic Network member, team member of UN Disaster Services, and the UN Open GISWG for GeoAI and capacity building. He is the inventor and co-founder of the Geospatial Infrastructure Management Ecosystem Technology System. Dr. Saeed is the editor of the International Journal of Applied Earth Observation and Geoinformation Elsevier, Sensors, Remote Sensing, Natural Hazards Research, Ministry of Emergency Management of China, Geo-Environmental Disasters, Springer, and Drones and Autonomous Vehicles. His research skills are in multidisciplinary professionals in remote sensing data processing and geospatial analysis, computer vision, geo-AI and smart mapping, geo-environmental hazards and disaster management, and GIS for specific purposes. He focuses on implementing the UN Sustainable Development Goals SDGs 2030. Dr. Saeed's research migrated to integrating geo-AI and smart mapping, ML, development of geospatial algorithms, models, software, mobile and web app, geo app in geosciences applications beyond. Dr. Saeed, it is a pleasure to have you with us. Kindly please go ahead with your keynote address.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fatima. Can you hear me? Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can hear you and see the screen.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear everyone, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. First of all, please allow me to thank to the organizer, participants, presenters, and sponsors, and everyone who contributed to this event and give me this opportunity to deliver my presentation here. In fact, I'm in Canada. It's midnight, but I feel relaxed. I feel good to talk. And let's continue with this presentation. In this presentation, we will see the monitoring, saving infrastructure in significant means of a resilient environment and protecting people's safety and reducing people loss indeed. So how some countries may challenge in determining pre and post earthquake vulnerability and risk estimation of buildings. So I will present cloud-based GeoIME application for spatial infrastructure to support monitoring, the monitoring, loss reduction, mitigation, resilience in earthquake disaster indeed. So I will also demonstrate how does it work, and I'll give you a few examples. So we will use also a little bit hands-on in the last 5 minutes. So I will investigate, and actually in this program, I investigate and program the instruction building codes of Federal Emergency Agency of the United Nations, of the United States, that is 154. So however, the content is entirely based on understanding geospatial knowledge, engineering, disaster services, and so on. So this presentation aims to contribute actually to sustainable development goals. Okay, so maybe that would be like a storytelling to address disaster resilience and challenging issues determining the vulnerability. So in particular, when we talk about sustainable cities, SDGs 11, SDGs 13, and that call for urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. and what our last presentation also discussed about that. So moving forward to the next slide. So or let me tell you a story, but before telling a story, Bill Gates in 1990 said that we always overestimate the change that will occur in the next 2 years, but it's kind of underestimate change that will occur in the next 10 years. We cannot, or we perhaps forget sometime, and that is how the disaster occurs, when we forget something. So probably we are agree what now it's going to be done based on the SDGs. We always keep recording and not forget. So based on that story, what you can see in this slide, Haitian earthquake, 11 strongly shaken died, while in Chilean earthquake, only 1 person shaken died. So the question arises here, do you know what is the reason? Perhaps we would say that the reason is because, well, they were prepared, or the building, were very strong enough against earthquakes and many others. So, but however, still there are some pain points which I'm going to discuss in the next slides, right? So for example, here we do not have integrated, customized platform or modern or cheap and ready use of technology. So if you can see in this slide, so this is the picture middle, it's China. When I was in China in Sichuan, there was a big earthquake. Of course, that is prone to earthquake, and the left picture is a BAM earthquake in Iran a long time ago. So the right side also is the picture that is about man disasters. So this is a correlation between climate change and also disasters. So, well, this is a natural disaster, or this is, for example, a man disaster. So the right picture shows the metropolitan in Abadan, southwest Iran, recently occurs. So it's become like a very critical issue for the government sometime, even though, right? So, and reflect the demonstration of the people, even somehow they now claim for changing the regime. So how these disasters and climate change, I want to say that, impact, ruling, I think, a country. So therefore, disaster and environmental change with right and correct information have been the priority of many governments. So based on that story, and telling you with this example, the same example, always it came to my mind, how can I help the people? So technically, when we can see, what are the technologies we can apply and help the people, whether it can be predict the collapse of building before earthquake and after the earthquake and so on. So technically, if you know, perhaps I put it in this way, it's much better. Do you know how many different type of building do we have? Perhaps if you think around yourself, you will find building like, residential, you will find building like, for example, hospitals, residential, commercials, industry, and historical, and so on, right? So in that regard, every hazard, such as earthquake, it's many countries, and especially in Indonesia, India, that part of the world, even though. So we are not prepared. If you are not prepared, we see disaster. We'll lose lives of people, and we'll lose millions of dollars, actually, of governments around the world. So how to build better environment and a safer world? This was always a big question in my head from long time ago, maybe around, in 2020, 2004. So later we built GeoIME, that is Geospatial Infrastructure Management Ecosystem, which is aiming resiliency to strengthen the infrastructure for a more reliable environment. It has global actually potential of scalability and customization of disaster risk reduction, and it stresses indeed the resolution adopted by the United Nations, on July 2nd, 2018. So moving forward, so like any research, we have challenges, we have existing method and innovation and solving problems. So as I told you, in terms of challenges, so we see long time when a screener wants to go to screen a building, to see the safety of building, to see the risk estimation, he has to go online on a spot and check everything, right? So it has a hard copy form. So the hard copy form, he has to fill up everything. But so long time for prediction is an analysis. It takes a long time, so it's cost effective, and also sometimes more, perhaps they take the hard copies, they have to check everything and so on. So no online mapping and 3D modeling and so on is there. So indeed, we can say like this way. Well, geospatial infrastructure management ecosystem is a web application. We are working on resiliency, right? So that is for pre and post disaster infrastructure, geospatial and cloud-based. So the main objective is to determine the vulnerability of infrastructure, such as building, roads, bridges, especially before and after the earthquake, and that how to estimate the risk of that particular object on the spot and also in the lab. So we came with the solution. So the solution is the combination of geospatial information, disaster, structural engineer, earthquake engineering, and so on. So in that regard, we put everything, even though sometimes photogrammetry, 3D modeling, and also I'm going to show you. So in that regard, we came with geospatial information, so we could manage jobs and everything is on cloud. So if we look at this, normally I'll just take here for an example of a building. If you want to screen a building, if you ask a screener, you know what, come over there and check my building, right? What it does, he does actually 9 steps he has to go. There are some forms, hard copy forms. So the hard copy has to be go then and step by step investigate, and lastly will give you a recommendation. And what is that recommendation? That recommendation is regarding how you want to strengthen your building. That is about rehabilitation, right? So that is how you give the report to an engineer, structural engineer, right? So this GeoIME, we have developed algorithms, many programs, more than 1 million, 1.5 million actually scripts we have done. We have made to develop all this in a intelligent and a smartly way to check the building. So regarding the existing method, when we do research, we found that there are lots of 3-4 similar, but really not focusing on what we have done. For example, we have rover, where rover it's for ATC, Applied Technological Council in the States, but they do not have geospatial stuff like that. Or ISERS, for example, it's talking about a big, global one, a big, not in a smaller scale. Then here we have in China also. But still it does not have totally about safety, so how to analyze online or intelligently. So there are lacks of that. But GeoIME could solve the problem with these algorithms. So mitigation, indeed, mitigation like the adaptation, geospatial information and building codes require predict and actual damage of building, earthquake, and geospatial. Then GeoIME web application being developed for that reason, especially that's we call it GeoRVS, Geospatial Rapid Visual Screening. So it computes safety of buildings and prioritize decision or strengthening by the user. So this is the whole algorithm. So this algorithm has been integrated with the FEMA, with whole around 450 pages of the of the FEMA. So here, what happened? What happened here? We designed actually GeoIME cloud services for earthquake preparedness and resiliency. The objective of this user web application is to determine the vulnerability of buildings and estimation of risk and system automatic recommendation for retrofitting, for pre and post earthquakes in 3 levels. So typically we have 3 levels: level 1, 2, 3, that is inside the building, outside the building, right? And also damage index we have the level of. So thus GeoIME increases the efficiency and reliability of evaluation process and awareness the potential collapse of building, reduced fatalities. So GeoIME uses the power actually of open source programming, geospatial artificial intelligence techniques, sensors, and global positioning system, and GIS as well, decision support system, machine learning and deep learning. We combine all together with, then you can use also drone images. I'm going to show you in a quick chat, a few minutes. So we also incorporate the power of knowledge, of expert knowledge. Without expert knowledge, it's difficult to make it. So social engagement and professional engineers participation in field inspection, it's very important, and we have adapted in that regard as well. So like, for example, this one, right? So if you can see, we actually, develop the algorithm, damage index algorithm, then apply the geospatial information. I know this is a very complicated matter, and I cannot perhaps deliver all the things here now, because we have only 8 minutes, 10 minutes left. But if you have any question, please ask me. So we use actually multivariable GIS data sets and subsequently synchronize the servers, like GIS servers, for example, cloud servers, or geo and web servers, and so on. So at the left side, you can see we have used also very many APIs. Okay, not really many, but around 4 or 5 APIs we have used, but servers, web servers, geo servers, and so on, database servers. You have. And lastly, here, if you can see, so this is the GeoIME from one side, and if UX also. Then we have this 3D modeling, real and virtual visualization, street view estimation maps, and even a statistical analysis, which was not available in the previous, methods, as I explained. So here we suggested GeoIME for rapid visual screening because it is its uniqueness, like extracting, and updating building information of risk at a scale and a speed by more than 75%, I would say, to a cost, and 62 to 63% compared to the conventional methods, as I explained to you and I showed you. So simplifying evaluation complexity with a user-friendly evaluation from front end to the back end, decision support system, and Geo AI, and so on. These are all related to coming a very good, platform for scalability to other geographical locations, not only for geographical location and also earthquake, but also and building, but also we can apply to different, application, like, for example, landslides or floods and so other disasters, and also different objects like road and also bridges. So GeoIME features here, as you can see, we do all of them, which I'm going to show you quickly in a few minutes. So these are actually the derivable items. This is the shows actually statistical analysis, and the right side, it's a real-time ground motion vibration. We connected to the GIME. We are working on that. This is hard, but we are working. We're receiving the ground motion vibration real time. We generate maps immediately. So here also we do have a statistical, then we do have map. If you can see here the color, the different colors of buildings, so which shows actually the the different risk estimation, and it gives you the legend. So this is the form. So this form actually automatic generated by the system. So we have street view and so on. So here you do have, this is the United Nations, and in New York we have actually I have screened that one. So we found like this way. So different building, you can do it online. I'm going to show you here. So this is the automatic and smartly generated systems after visiting a building, either it is online or on site. You can generate that. These are the tags you can generate.
Small letter में on हो जाएगा.
Pardon? Hello? Okay, so here global, we can also connect it to Google Earth synchronized, so that has to be whole globally. Everybody make sure to use it. And why? And we here we declare that everything is based on actually FEMA, right? So so in that closure, before closing, I have 5 minutes perhaps time, 6 minute time. So before getting started, before getting to that closing, so I'm going to show you with this how does it work actually, and perhaps it is a very quick hands-on, so so everybody would be clear with what I have talked about it. So let me to share let me to share my page with you. So here. So, sorry, let me to share, to stop the sharing. Again, I come back with this. So perhaps I have a problem with this. Can you see now?
Yes, doctor, we can see.
Okay. I have a problem with actually sharing a screen here. Hold on. Okay. So here, as you can see, this is a GeoIME. If you go to this geoapp.georvs.ca, you would see actually you have to make a username and password. Then at the right side, you will have the layers, right? Different layers, GIS layers. And also you do have the projects here if you have created. So let's say, for example, if you go to the soil type, so the soil type, let's first of all, I put New York. So I put New York here. So because most of my work is in New York. So here, if you look at this, you have the soil type. So immediately, if you click on this, so I'm going to show you here. So these are the GIS layer at the right side. So we have actually, soil type, and this soil type related to, all about the information you can collect it. So as soon as you click on it, so it gives you information. So that information of soil, it has to be connected with the, the form that is going to be, screen, a building screen, right? So these are all automatically generated by the system. I'm going to show you very quickly. The server is a little bit low here, but yeah. So it gives you all information about the soil type, right? So you have information now here. Now, you have the same thing also for landslides, right? If you have the landslide, so this is the landslide. So this, why landslide, why soil type? Because these are the parameters, these are the parameters related to calculation of, vulnerability and risk estimation of building, right? So here, if you look at this, perhaps you would see the landslides. It has to come. Landslides. So in the rest also, while it's coming, so in the rest also you do have also indoor drone seismicity layers, cadastral maps, and so on, even resiliency layers. So all this information would go and connected to the form where you want to calculate, right? So here, perhaps there is a, so here let's put it in I'm going to New York. So I'm going back here. So let's put it in satellite. Okay, now 3D model also you do have. So you will see the 3D model here, right? So you will have a 3D model also here. So this is how the API actually we use from the Google, right? So from that part, I'm going back to the map here. So here I have some buildings. So when I do, let's say, for example, I go to UN. So this is the UN. So I have generated this. So if you look at this, why social engagement is important here. That's, as you can see, the icon here. So we have generated icon here for which means that if you are not actually a screener, a professional engineer, but still you can share it as a public to the professional engineer to accept it for you, okay, to give you verification, to approve you actually. So here there are some icons. I'm not going to discuss about all of them. It's taking a long time, but I just give you an example. So as I told you here, pre-earthquake and post-earthquake and damage index. As soon as I click on this, so you would see, for example, the information here. So level 1, 4.2, level 4, level 2, 4.1. So as soon as I come here, you will have level 1, level 2. So you have risk category, you have recommendation. What recommendation in a state of, engineer give you the recommendation now, whether you strengthen the building or not, or for retrofitting. So here, the system actually gives you, right? For risk category as the same thing. So here, if I come back here, so you would see these are the buildings we have actually made, right? So here, I'm going back here as it's level 1. So some of you might ask me, okay, what are the information, what are the data you input to develop that kind of maps? So these are all the information you need actually to fill up, okay, or the system automatically generated for you. I mean, look for the whole database, from the database collected and put it here. So automatically, even though image, video, so it does image processing and everything as soon as you put the video or image, and 3D model as well, will generate 3D model as well. So here you can have the print. So immediately you will get the print, right? So for the level 2 also the same thing. You will have immediately also, these are the parameters, okay? So expert knowledge plus machine learning stuff like that, as I told you. Again, you will have like this link, right? So if I go back here, and also you will have able to see, sorry, you would be able to also, risk category as well. For example, this is recommendation. Here it says that, what, you need to do, a screening, you need to do more details information. If I go back here, again here, building map, So I go to UN. So here is it, and this is the statistical analysis of what you can deliver from all buildings. Okay, I'm moving very fast because I don't have much time now. So, but if I go here, I just show you another one, UN. So, and this is in this one, what you can see here, I'm going to show you post-earthquake. So for the post-earthquake also, you would have the same thing. After the earthquake, for example, they want to investigate. So in that regard, you would have also level 1, level 2. So in level 1, for example, you have to fill up all information, all the system has already detected from the database. So here it shows green level, right? So as soon as you change this one, for example, severe, 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 okay? So here, you write, for example, SSS or whatever it is, then immediately change to unsafe. The system detected, oh, you know what, based on those information, this is unsafe building. So here you would have like this one, then you can print it. Okay, so, oh, sorry, I did not save it. I have to save it. So once you save it, okay, once you save that one, so immediately it would be unsafe now. So now you will get like this way. So this is a tag. This is many processes actually we have to do with that one, but in that regard, I would be very happy to share with you more in detail. And having said, perhaps it's now a good. Hold on. I'm going to end the session. My lecture, my talk, and perhaps you would enjoy with that one. So in that regard, I would appreciate you if you have any question, let me know. And thank you very much with this. And we greatly appreciate FEMA, Google Map, USGS, Esri, ArcGIS Online, OpenStreetMap, and QQMap for providing me maps and all the data APIs and all. I appreciate my university and everybody to listen me here. And last, we have also a conference in Norway. I'm organizing actually the Earth Observation, Environmental Change, and Geoinformation Technology for Natural Disaster Management in Norway in 26 to 28, 2023. So I would invite you, I would like to invite all of you to join me here. If you have any question, please, I'm staying with you, write me on chat box, I will answer you, or you have my email, please contact me these emails. So these are the two emails. You can have a shutter screen and contact me. Thank you very much. Have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. So we appreciate the presentation you've given us. As the doctor has said, you could always post the questions in the chat box for him to answer. Now, moving on to our next presenter. I understand that we are running a few minutes late, but kindly please bear with us. And in the meanwhile, we will be opening out the breakout rooms as well. Until then, we will move on to the next keynote speaker, who is Mr. George Barkat. All right. So as we are having the doctor preparing his presentation to share, in the meanwhile, could I request all the participants who are present in the call? So doctor, before you share your screen, could you just unshare for a minute? Could I request you all to please turn on your cameras if you can, so that we could take a virtual group picture before proceeding to our keynote speaker? Yes, kindly please turn on your video camera so that we could take a group picture if you can. We are not forcing anyone. Kindly please understand that. So yes, I see a lot of faces coming up on the screen. Thank you so much. Hello? Okay, so I'm going to be taking a screenshot of the group picture over here. All right, so on my count, so 1, 2, and 3. Everyone, please smile. Okay, so let's take another. So again, 1, 2, and 3, everyone. Okay, thank you so much. Those who are comfortable, you can still stay on camera, or if you would not prefer it, you could always go back to staying off screen. So, Mr. George Baber, please go ahead with your presentation. In the meanwhile, let me introduce you to our listeners. So, Mr. George Barber is experienced in innovative exploration for all natural resources, which include oil and gas, minerals, geothermal, water, coal, bed, methane, complex geology, etc. Mr. Barber is the area manager and consultant for Terra Energy and Resource Technologies, TERT in Indonesia, and business development in various countries throughout the world, although mainly in Southeast Asia. Mr. Barber has lived and worked in Indonesia for the past 27 years, having had a successful career in the Royal Navy and private sectors as a hydrographic surveyor and exploration consultant. Mr. Barber has developed extensive expertise in project management, supervision, logistics, procurement, and training in the natural resource sectors in Indonesia. He has a particular expertise in natural resource development for minerals, oil, gas, and geothermal. He has also established and operated successful companies and partnerships in Indonesia with both Indonesian and international companies. He is a strong advocate for the development and use of Indonesia's natural and human resources in an environmentally friendly manner. His other areas of interest are maritime affairs, safety at sea, geology, science, and training. Mr. Barber, the presentation is up to you. Kindly give your keynote address.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen and hear you as well.
Thank you. Let's be realistic. Well, just very quickly, Terra Energy, we're subsurface specialists with 36 years of continuous development and exploration. What does COVID-19 have in common with satellites, birds, and geology? They have or know no borders. They cover entire countries. Climate change has no borders. Global climate change and ecological crisis is the biggest concern that we have today. We're only getting carried away with this. We are forgetting that our home, Mother Earth, is a living, breathing planet. It has been in existence for 4.6 billion years. It has gone through many changes, including warming and ice ages. We humans cannot change this. Earth will still be in existence when human life has gone the way of the dinosaurs 65.5 million years ago, after living on Earth for 165 million years. We, of course, can change how we live on Earth, but we as humans cannot do without what Mother Nature has provided: hydrocarbons, geothermal, wind, solar, water, etc. Or can we? Everything we use today has been provided by our planet. A wind generator needs minerals. A smartphone needs minerals. An electric car battery needs minerals and power. We have to mine for these minerals, no matter if it is fluids or solid minerals. Anything that we do requires minerals. We just have to use them better. We have to do better in recycling. We should be able to repair the things that we buy instead of manufacturers wanting to sell more and more new items. We need energy to power mining, to power what we consider that we need, that we consider are essential to living our lives. Let's be realistic. Does a killer whale need GPS? Does a monkey need a smartphone to communicate? Does an elephant need a computer to remember? No, but it appears that we humans do. Everything we use today requires materials and energy. Wind power needs wind. Solar power needs sun. Geothermal needs several elements, which I will explain later. Everything we use today requires minerals. Where does it come from? The subsurface. So let's be realistic. 6,000 products are made from 54% of a barrel of oil. 46% of a barrel of oil is used to make fuels. Out of the 46%, diesel accounts for 21% and jet fuel 8%. We need energy to power everything that we do. Let's be realistic. Everything that we do gives off emissions. We build, we eat, we travel, we sleep. We give off emissions. It's not just the burning of hydrocarbons. COVID was good for emissions. Mother Nature is a provider for life on Earth to exist. Do we abuse our home, the planet? We do. We need to burn hydrocarbons cleaner. We need to mine cleaner. We need to recycle what we use better. Our energy source is not enough. And one policy worldwide does not and cannot work in all countries. Our home is Earth. It's a living planet. Satellites can detect the change in acoustic density, gravity, magnetics, minerals, fluids, etc. on the Earth's surface. The surface of the Earth is a direct reflection of the subsurface. The basics of geothermal. So let's talk about our energy source that is available anywhere in the world that has been provided by Mother Earth. Geothermal energy is one of the oldest types of power used by humans. Archaeological evidence suggests that the earliest direct use of geothermal occurred at least 10,000 years ago in North America. Geothermal is probably the least misunderstood energy source that we have. It is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with no holidays, unlike the wind and sun, which is intermittent. But it is high risk. Risk means loss of money. People do not like risk. To understand the geopotential of anywhere, we need to understand the geology of the subsurface, as this is where the geothermal energy is stored, as are all natural resource minerals. Geothermal energy is produced by heat from the earth and is considered a form of renewable energy. It's also considered safer than most other energy sources. Every single place on the earth has access to geothermal energy. To utilize the geothermal energy and to use it in the most efficient way, it is essential to understand the lithology of any given area. It's not just surface manifestations that indicate a possible geothermal system. There is the hidden potential. A drilling company has to be able to answer the following questions before drilling. How deep is the source of geothermal energy? Through which geological layers are we drilling? Every investor needs to know detail. Geothermal requires 5 main elements, that is hot rock, heat, reservoir, cut rock, which is the seal of a reservoir, water, and permeability and fractures. There are other requirements that can be detected by satellites on the Earth's surface by multispectral satellite-derived data and processed by various independent analytic methods. The key is to understand the subsurface ecology. There are similarities with the oil and gas industry. At long last, the geothermal industry is waking up and saying, we can learn from the oil and gas industry. And if we look at these two columns here, we see oil and gas and geothermal, and we have 14 similarities. Fluid presence is required for oil and gas and geothermal. Seal is required for the reservoirs, hidden reservoirs, migration, etc. And most of these can be identified by different density patterns. Different density is different lithology. Density gradient detected on the Earth's surface by multispectral data satellites is connected to the subsurface. All are detectable by direct geological indicators. If we look at these two columns on the right, detectable before drilling, today in conventional exploration, you are only able to detect 3 of those 14. But if we use technology, we can detect all of the 14 similarities. So it's important to understand as much as you can about a system before obtaining a license or drilling operations. The true drilling cost is not just about drilling. It's also about licenses, land issues, construction costs, etc. The exploration industry status today. The subsurface is still a mystery to most of us. 60 to 80% of Indonesia is unexplorable with conventional exploration tools. Seismic, gravity, magnetics, and MT have been the core for the past 6 decades or more. They all have weaknesses. They are expensive. They do not give direct indications of the resource type. They cannot tell you if it's water, oil, gas, etc. They need support. Most aspects of the upstream industry functions well, with constant improvements being made, with one exception. The exploration industry, that is like a dinosaur. Sorry, but it's true. Conventional exploration is a risk. It's gambling, full stop, with someone else's money. So today, geothermal development takes too long, the costs are too high, the risk is too high, and investors have very little appetite for risk. The root of the problem is cost. In comparison with coal plants, wind and solar power, geothermal investment is relatively expensive and is often riskier due to the high probability of unsuccessful exploration. The industry normal is high risk and cost for 5 years. But we propose lower risk with a shorter time frame to production, but reducing the whole process by 4 to 5 years at least. Successful exploration wells means lower cost and exposure to investors. Today, 80% risk equals 20% success. The future should be 20% risk and 80% success rate. But look at this chart, which was issued in 2012. And look at this chart, which was issued in 2020. What has changed in 8 years? Not a lot. And Einstein's theory of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And that's exactly what we're doing in the exploration industry. So what revolution is happening in the geothermal industry? Well, firstly, plasma drill bits, not into production as such yet, but it's on the cards, and they're talking about drilling down to 20,000 meters, or repetitive pulse electric drill, or sonic drilling for shallow reservoirs. And these groundbreaking technologies could improve the global drilling industry. It's happening, like it or not, but it's not happened overnight. We also have engineered enhanced geothermal systems for hot, dry rock areas to tap the geothermal energy. So you can drill a well, you fracture a rock to make it porous, which equates to permeability to allow fluids to flow. This is very controversial. You send the fluid down, circulate the water through the hot rock that returns to the surface where you use a turbine to produce electricity. You're running a power plant. There are other systems, but it helps to drill in the right place. So what revolution is happening in the exploration stage? Satellites, an understanding of what Mother Nature is providing for us. We can see more from space than we can from Earth. Visible Indonesia geothermal potential map. Large areas, whole countries can be covered by satellites. Indonesia has 40% of the world's geothermal resources. It could be a lot more if we understood the hidden potential, but only 6% approximately has been proven. Potential is potential only. It has to be proven. Reliable links do exist between the Earth's surface and its subsurface. The Earth beneath our feet is organized. There is order. It is calculable from satellite data. There's been 60 years of studies of the Earth's surface with satellites. Every type of geomedium has its own acoustic density, which are recognizable on the Earth's surface. We only have to connect this data to the source of a resource. It is that simple, although not that easy to do. We do not use satellite information enough. Active and passive satellite-derived data of the Earth's surface allows service companies to connect this information to the subsurface. The surface of the Earth has been covered and is being constantly updated. A resolution has been and is happening with continuous development. Each new satellite launched is an improvement from the previous one. Each new project is an improvement as it can be improved, unlike conventional experience to be known with 3S exploration. So what is 3S exploration? Space, surface, subsurface. Satellites observe the surface. They do not penetrate the subsurface. Open source data allows the unexplorable to become explorable. Nowhere off of limits. The surface of the Earth gives clues to the subsurface lithology based on the information that Mother Nature has provided. And subsurface lithology is derived from processing the open source data to connect the surface information to the subsurface. Inversion is used. 3S picks up the features in all geologic conditions beneath the surface of the Earth from the Earth's surface. Volcanics, complex geology is not a problem, as acoustic emissions arrive at the surface over geologic time, many hundreds of thousands of years, and our processing methods detect these. The whole of Indonesia, Asia, is explorable. with innovative data analytics. So we need information before we even think about investing in geothermal. Knowledge of the reservoir extent, temperature gradient, isothermal contours, inferred permeability, fracturing, prior to drilling any well is very important and cannot be achieved by today's methods of exploration. Questions: why apply for a license? Why construct infrastructure? Why upset the local community? Why invite investors to invest if you do not know the true resource potential? So what is the end result? A clear understanding of the subsurface lithology to be confirmed with limited conventional exploration methods prior to drilling. The more tools that we have, the better the results. And this is a typical geothermal end result, resolution 1 in 50,000. This will be a 3D model, but we can clearly see in green an upper and lower reservoirs. Knowing the extent of a reservoir gives you the potential electrical output before you even go to the site. We can see direct fluids, water, heat indicators, hot rock, reservoir extent, etc. Full lithology of the subsurface. If we look at this in oil and gas, because there are similarities, we're looking for the change. We can see fluids, we can see upper, lower, and middle reservoirs. We can see anticlines, we can see faults, we can see inferred permeability, etc. Different colors, different density, different lithology. So conclusion. Evolution versus revolution. Evolution is a slow and gradual change of development. Revolution refers to a sudden, dramatic, extreme, or complete change in the way people live, work, etc. COVID is a good example of revolution. 3S is a good example of evolution. Do not resist change if it helps to improve the end result. Not understanding can be resolved by doing and learning. And let's be realistic. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. And this is what the exploration industry is doing. This is delaying the development of what Mother Nature has provided. Geothermal will help, but it is not the only solution. We have to change and stop doing the normal. The planet Earth will be here in one form or the other for a very long time. Other forms of life will exist on the planet in one way or the other. Although the probability of a human being in existence is very slim indeed, they may be lost due to natural occurrences, something that has been happening since the planet was formed, or the human race may be destroyed by themselves. Can we stop the planet going through its natural life cycles? No, we cannot. Can we make better use of the natural resources that Mother Nature has provided to us? Yes, we can. Therefore, we need to mine smarter. We need to burn hydrocarbons cleaner, as we cannot survive without them, no matter what the environmentalists say. How many people listening today will give up their smartphones to save the planet? Not many, if any. Maybe we need to reduce travel, to reduce emissions if we care about our home, the planet. We have to change. Let's be realistic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barber, for the presentation. If there are any questions, the audience can post it in the chat box. In the meanwhile, we are moving on to our next keynote speaker is Mr. Ramadan Hamza Mohammed, born in 1956, Duhok, Iraq. He has completed his studies in Duhok and University of Mosul. He has a BSc in Geology from University of Mosul, a master's degree in Water Resource Planning and Conflict Management, online PhD on water security in light of water scarcity in Iraq. He has participated in many international, regional, and local conferences and workshops, has published scientific researches, press articles, two printed book entitled The Regional Conflict over Water in the Middle East and Water Security in Iraq Light of Water Scarcity. Chairman and active member of several local, national, and international associations in the field of water, dams, and the environment. He is currently occupying senior water strategies and policies expert, faculty member and director of the Institutional Research Center, University of Duhok, secretary of the International Association of Hydrogeology, Iraq chapter, director of the Water and Energy Strategies Institute of Non-Governmental Organization. So, Mr. Ramadan, this keynote address is over to you. Kindly please proceed.
Thank you very much. I am happy to share with you what's happening in Iraq due to the water shortage. Really, if you allow me to share my screen. Do you see the?
No, doctor, not yet.
It's okay.
Yes, we can see it now.
Great. So thank you very much again, and I'm happy to be with you and to share what Iraq is suffering nowadays and in the near future from water scarcity due to the neighbors, our two neighbors that we have depending mainly on the transborder rivers, and you know the policy and what is going on in the area. It is unstable in the Middle East and in Iraq after 2003. So all the situation reflect in the water shortage, and in addition to that, we have the climate change. All this coming together, and now Iraq also there is increasing a high percentage of population, increasing percentage. All this coming that Iraq now is
management in Iraq
big
light of
water shortage, and that's why we say that the water management in Iraq on the light of the climate change and fragility of the to face these shocks and water crisis, where do the solution lies? Really, there is some solutions, but unfortunately, there is no political desire for that. How to cope with this drought effects? Iraq faced 2 seasons. Now we will enter the 3rd season of the drought in our region, mainly in Middle East and in particular in Iraq. So the dry season of 2021 and 22 contributed to the continuation of the cycle of the water scarcity and fragilities of the ecosystem in Iraq, which helped in increasing of the severity of the water challenge day by day. We only feel it when it hurts us. And this is the problems here in Iraq and in our countries, really we don't care about the problems when it's planned or when somebody else have the plan for that the future will be or predict the future problems. Anyhow, we don't feel it unless this problem is there in the actual and on the surface. So the drought started passing all sectors, hence the livestock, mainly the agriculture sectors. And we are this year in big problems. So because we have reduced our area of agriculture due to the water shortage, and now the Russian-Ukrainian war also will play a big role in the food scarcity or food problems and security. So this mean that more investment and efficiently we have to deal with water consumption, and here also we have the private sectors and some sort of entrepreneurships to set up to come over these problems. Water scarcity and climate change, this both is coming, and this is very, very big. This is human being. So water scarcity is due to the human policies and the neighbors that have, I will come to this, their projects in upstream, since Iraq is the downstream country. So this neglect the adaptation to appropriate policies and enhance the work of institutions to realize the value of the water for the future of the country. Iraq need to develop a practice and institutional units or bodies for managing scarce water resources in the context of climate dominated by arid and nature of the extreme volatility. This means we in the last month we have very severe sandstorms covered Iraq for plenty of many times and plenty of days. The question is here, what can we do? We can do a lot, but if there is some political desire for that, to reduce this vulnerabilities and to build a capacity and address the water challenge, the answer may be an immediate shift from focusing primarily on the reactive response, as we're doing now, to a balanced and a long-term approach with a well-defined strategy. We have some strategies, just it is written in papers and as a box and put it there, nobody follow it, but we act immediately when the problem happen, and when, for example, when we are facing a drought, what to do. In this case, it is very difficult to get answer and solution. Water scarcity and conflicts. Now we are aware of this conflict, maybe inside the country or maybe with the neighbors. Maybe with the neighbors will be some sort difficult, because Iraq have at least since 1980 of last century have 3 wars, Gulf 1, Gulf 2, and inside the country also. So we are still in the war of unstable political systems. But inside there is some conflicts, problems. The increase in the demand of the water for various sectors, especially for irrigation, is very important. The increase in the path of the climate change and the great competition between the sectors, this is an unplanned urban expansion. This in unplanned urban expansion is one of the biggest problems Iraq is facing, due to the migration from the village, from the rural area to the countries. So there is no plan for that, and there is plenty of problems behind this. It is not time to discuss all. So all these and other factors contribute significantly to the except meeting the challenge of the water scarcity, which is due to the continuation of the wars, as we explained, and the political incapability in Iraq, severe weakness in the governance infrastructures. If we see here, this is Iraq, and this is the two countries, Turkey and Iran, the north and the east of Iraq, with their projects. In this map, we will see the precipitation rate into the colors. In the north parts of Iraq, there is high precipitation in normal years, normal hydrological years, but these 2 years we have very less amount of precipitation. This is what Iraq received from the rain due to this map. This is the GAP project. This is one of the famous projects in Turkey, and just as upstream of Iraq, Turkey controlled the two basins of Tigris and rivers with plenty of dams, which is more access of their use, or that's what they need. Unfortunately, due to the problems in Iraq, and as we said and mentioned, Iraq is busy with wars, so they complete their dams, and now we are in the big problems. 100% this is controlled. The same is with Iran. In the eastern part of Iraq, plenty of dams controlled, more than 42 rivers and branches, which is crossing the borders to Iraq. So these two countries put Iraq in very worse condition and situation, and there is no, active role from the government to deal with this, some sort of negotiation, or to have some share what is Iraq according to protocols and laws, even internationally or bilateral laws with them, which is already signed. But the weakness of the situations, political of Iraq, push these people, these two countries, to increase their projects and divert water to their earth. This is the river basins management. These basins with the nations is strong central development. All this mean this how the basins of the rivers, when it is in the nation, inside the country, or when it is cross the boundaries, how there is benefits, and how it will be source of benefit, or it will be source of the war. This is the benefits from cooperation, benefit to the river, benefits from the river, benefit because of the river, benefits behind the river. All this is possible, but unfortunately, none of this is applied to the condition that waters coming from transborder rivers from Turkey and Iran to Iraq as a downstream country. So the conflicts, it is known as an incompatible interaction between two or more actors. There is some sort of conflict between the states inside Iraq due to the water shortage. Some governorates or states use more water than others, or the water is contaminated. This is inside the country, but outside the country, as I said, the conflict is just it's potential conflict now. It is not a conflict. Iraq cannot enter one more war. If we see, here is the water wars, how it's coming due to the steps. All this mean that in the future, our area will be the battles for the water war in the war. So mainly in the Middle East, and mainly in the Euphrates and Tigris River. New strategies of the conflicts. As I said, in the Middle East, we have River Jordan, which is shared with many countries, Israel and the Palestinians, Lebanon, Jordan, Syria. Nile, we know the problems of the Ethiopian dam with Sudan and Egypt. and tigers and euphrates, which is I consider in my country, we are facing big problems. Maduria in Azerbaijans and Andes in India and Pakistan, and mountain aquifers we have. So cooperation and conflict between upstream and downstream is expected, but just it is postponed. It's as potential nowadays. This is the skills how to prevent the conflict and how to have the resolution. This is easy if there is a real interest to cooperate. But this is difficult nowadays due to the unbalanced force and geographical position of the countries due to Iraq. So we hope that water is always using to not allow fire to grow up and to be a peaceful instead of a conflict, a potential conflict. We have many wars in our country, and we have many other resources, but we are not living in a situation that we are happy with our resource, hydrocarbons and others resource. Unfortunately, this is due to the mismanagement mainly of this resource. So I hope that water and conflict will be water and peace in the future. And I have to thank you very much for listening to me. I'm ready in the chat. If there is any questions, I'm ready to answer it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. So if there are any questions, kindly post them in the chat box. And so we will be proceeding to our next keynote speaker, who is Dr. Narayan Shrestha. He has obtained his master's degree from the University of Edinburgh in 1987 and PhD degree in animal science from University of Aberdeen in 2000. He has more than 25 years of experience in animal science research and development. For the last 6 years, he was directly involved in community-led climate challenge fund project in reducing carbon emission in Scotland, Aberdeen. Currently, he is involved at Aberdeen City Council, Business and Skills, City Growth Department focusing on employability. Dr. Shrestha has published 9 papers in peer-reviewed international journals and more than 50 other publications in national journals and conference proceedings. Meanwhile, may I ask Dr. Ramadan to unshare your screen, please? Okay, so Dr. Narayan, please be ready. So we are just
probably the screen has to be stopped.
Yes, we are just unsharing the screens. Kindly just bear with us. All right, doctor, please go ahead.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, doctor, we can see your presentation. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Fatima, for your kind introductions. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in this interesting, important conference. And I also participated in second global conference. So I feel privileged and honored to be participating again. My previous presenters, they presented in the technical aspects of it, but I'm not going to present any technical aspects, but I'm just going to share my experiences and just discuss about the responsibilities. And today's I focus on this climate change happening and who is responsible and how it can be mitigated and resolved. So we all know that the overwhelming majority of climate scientists agree that climate change is happening now. And even if we talk about IPCC report from 195 countries, they said that climate change is really happening. But before it was some countries, they were just thinking that climate change is just a hoax like that. But now 0% doubt because of global warming. So I think everyone now has agreed that climate change is a big problem in globally. So again, now, as I mentioned earlier, that who is responsible? When we talk about climate change, world leaders, governments, industry, corporations, local community, individuals. So when we talk about climate change, who is responsible? How can it be resolved? So when we talk about world leaders, governments, as we said that there is IPCC meetings, conferences happening. COP26 is just recent happened in Glasgow, and all these world leaders meet together and they just accept how we can reduce these carbon emissions, but in fact, the implementation is very poor. Similarly, the industry and corporation, if we talk about industry like oil and gas industries, they have been doing it and they say that they will help us, but still they are not doing it properly. So if you talk about the industry, if we talk example of Scotland, particularly in Aberdeen, where I'm based, we had this oil and gas industry, and now almost 65,000 jobs were lost because of these oil and gas downturns and more on climate energy and things like that. For example, local communities and individuals. So I think if we look at our experience, when we talk about all leaders, industries, local community and individuals, it is very difficult to mitigate the challenges unless we all come together and put our efforts to resolve these climate change issues. If you look at this UN Climate Conference COP26 Glasgow, which happened in 2020, and the United Nations Framework Conventions on Climate Change is an international environmental treaty. And there are the International Panel on Climate Change is the United Nations body for assessing the science related to climate change. The National Adaptation Program sets out what government, business, and society are doing to become more climate ready. As I mentioned earlier, these are the bodies, they are there to help, but still only until and unless we involve our communities and individuals, it is not possible to tackle the climate change. Again, the National Adaptation Program set out what government, business, and society are doing to become more climate ready. Regulations of acts and Parliament and Climate Change Act, transport, food policy, and energy, profits before planet and people. The financial risk of climate change is firmly on the global trends. Corporate social responsibility. So I think these bodies are there to develop the policies. For example, if we consider here in Scotland, the government now from this oil and gas downturn, they are trying to put more focus on just transitions. They are trying to upskilling all the staff who are redundant to give them training on renewable energies. And similarly, they are trying to make a policy where they can probably use more transport-friendly infrastructures developed and all these kind of things. And also making smart digital working systems For example, if we have to fill the forms, if you have to go to the office, then you will have to travel, and that will probably bring more carbon emissions. But if you can do it online and submit your forms, you don't need to travel. Similarly, the recyclings, encouraging homegrown products, this kind of policies that they are implementing, which can reduce the carbon emissions. If we talk about Scotland alone, each individual, they produce 10 tons of carbon footprint. So carbon footprint is in the total greenhouse gas, which is created by individuals. So normally it comes from 29% comes from household, 29% comes from transports, and 21% comes from food. And stuff we buy and waste, it comes to 15% and 6% from other stuffs. So if we talk about individuals' roles, then this is very important, that if we can think of it, and if we try to minimize these kind of things, then probably we can help to reduce the climate change. But if we only rely on government and industries, then probably it is not possible. So I think this is very important for us to think ourselves, and government also put emphasis on this climate change. So now the government, when they make this new residential building, they are making more house, which is climate friendly, very good insulations, so that they don't need to use more heatings. And also the solar panels, they are putting it, which can reduce the electricity bills and so on. So the climate change itself, it was like a hoax. Some even world leaders, they used to tell that climate change is a hoax. But now it has been proved scientifically that we, as an individual, as a community, we are the one who created these climate change problems. My previous presenters, they already mentioned that the global warming has made us difficult. The rising sea temperature has become more pronounced, and if we cannot tackle this, then it will probably affect our future generations, and the global environment will be polluted. So we have to think energy, we have to focus on more energy independence, preserve rainforest, and we're talking about sustainability, so that there are sustainable development goals has been developed, which has to be implemented from the government agencies and individuals as well. We have to create green jobs on renewables like windmills and these electric vehicles that we have been developing now. And we should create livable cities, and then we can have clean water, air, healthy, and our children will have better environment to live on. So if we talk about the Scottish government's target and emissions, we have end of landfilling and biodegradable municipal waste by 2025, phase out the need for new petrol and diesel car, and then commercial vehicles from the public sector fleet by 2025, phase out the need for new petrol and diesel vehicles in Scotland by 2030, and phase out the need for new petrol and diesel cars and vans in Scotland by 2030, reduce emissions from Scotland's rail passenger services to zero net emission by 2035, and decarbonize scheduled flights in Scotland by 2040, and target for no more than 5% of Scottish households being in fuel poverty by 2040, and net zero Scotland by 2045. So this is the government targets, but this is for the developed countries, probably Scotland can afford. But if we talk about the developing countries, this is still very difficult. So that the Scotland, Scotland is taking lead on climate justice. And climate justice is, is that we share all these benefits and also the cost to help this climate change. So that the developed countries are the one most, they have been using all this energy and resources and creating more climate chaos. So that if they don't help to developing countries, and in terms of financial help and technological helps, it would be very difficult. That's why Scotland is leading the climate justice so that they can share the benefit equally and inequalities in this climate change activities can be tackled. So I think all these new policies and all these development activities that has to become from individuals, communities. My own experience, it suggests that I was involved in a community-led climate challenge fund project for last 6 years, and it has clearly shown that if we involve our communities and individuals, then we can tackle this climate change globally. And also, we have to create awareness on this food waste, recycling things, and how we individual is responsible for making this to happen. So until and unless we create this environment, it is not possible to tackle the climate change. So my focus, my key message is to encourage each individuals, communities, policies, holders, industrials, corporate social responsibilities that has to be come together and try to mitigate this climate change and also adopt new technologies which is climate friendly so that we can probably come together and reduce these carbon emissions and live in a global climate friendly countries. So I think it has been a long time that many people has been waiting for this. So I would like to close my remarks here. So thank you for listening. And if you have any questions and comments, you can come back to me and I can probably try to liaise with the international trades. Currently, I have moved to Aberdeen City Councils where they have put more focus on this hydrogen gas bus, which is commercially established in Aberdeen city. And this is a double-decker bus, and they are putting more emphasis on creating more commercial hydrogen gas production plants and also collaborating with different other international countries. So any sort of collaboration that you would like to develop that I can be probably help as a bridge to help you and so on. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. I hope this conference will get some information and bring people together. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And if there are any questions that anyone would like to ask, please post it on the chat box. So we have almost come to our end of the keynote address. So next, I would like to welcome Mr. Abhinav Chaturvedi for his guest presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me and providing me this opportunity. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to be the part of this conference. I would like to, as an architect, I would like to present my views on climate change. And I think there are substantial process has been adopted by different stakeholders. The most important aspect for us is green rating systems. We adopted green rating system all over the world. It is seen that architecture industry is adopting green rating systems, and so my focus is green rating system because as a architect we have to follow these rating systems. We think that Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and we
Uh,
can see your screen.
Thank you. So the questions arises, what is green rating system and why it is adopted? Uh, Actually, there is a substantial shift of standard climate, and that is why we are facing all these problems of climate change. I think, and people also think about the same, that the green rating systems are adopted just because to mitigate or just because to retard the ill effects of climate change and give certain time for generations to settle down again. Now the thing is that what is green rating system? Green rating system is a tool for architects to follow and to develop buildings which can have more resource, which is more resource friendly and which is more climate responsive. But the thing is that my presentation focus is on different aspect. Are these green rating system are actually made to mitigate climate change or to retard the effects of climate change? Are these buildings are actually behaving in a proper manner? So these are what is important aspects, and that is why I've started with this clip. Uh, I have started with this clip, which is published in important newspaper of India, Hindustan Times, that green rating buildings are not keeping their promises, and this research was done by CSE, Center for Science and Environment, Delhi. And there are plenty of examples which shows that green rating systems, the certified buildings are not behaving as per the standards they are certified. So there are other reports worldwide. We can see that there are many such kind of reports coming up that the green rating system are actually a failure in climate change. Uh, for example, there is a report published in China that different floors are giving different results, and also the occupancy factor is missing in the climate in the green rating systems. Now we can easily see there are the popularity of these green rating systems are rising just because different governments, different country governments are actually facilitating these green rating systems, and they are providing much more facilities for the developer who are using these green rating systems. There are different green rating systems all over the world, but my focus is on LEED, DREAM, and the green rating systems followed in India. In India, there are three green rating systems are actually focusing on. First is Greha, second one is the LEED. LEED actually it is developed by LEED USA, but the council is different. And the third one is GEM. So these are the three green rating systems. The structure of these, I am not going to, in the detail of these green rating system. I have one flow diagram of it, which we can easily see the structure of the green rating system. And my focus is on the air quality thing. We can easily see the structure of the green rating system, that is water efficiency, water management, energy optimization, occupant comfort, socio-economic strategies, sustainable building material, construction management, sustainable site planning, life cycle costing. These are certain parameters which we can see in all the green rating systems. But the thing is that the weightings or the weightage of these subsets are different. Now, we can easily see in India, these green rating systems are more famous. We can easily see the LEED is getting more and more certification projects all across the states of India. And it is adopted by the major developers of India to get a better building for the occupants. Now, this is the new green rating system which is launched in India, that is GEM. and again to retard the ill effects of climate change, they have started a small process, and energy efficiency, water efficiency, better air quality are the motive of this green rating system. We can again we can see the structure of these green rating systems, the similar kind of structure which we have seen in the Griha, the same kind of structure is in now waiting of the GEM rating system, which we can easily see. The percentages are here. Now, the worldwide followed green rating system, BREEAM, it is the most, it is the famous green rating system developed first. This is the first green rating system developed in the world. It is in 1990s in USA. Now the percentage of these rating system are given here. We can easily see the health and well-being. Why my focus is on health and well-being and indoor air quality is just because of after COVID-19 there is a trend that energy efficiency and water efficiency and other things can come later, but the breathing air should be clean. Just because if we cannot breathe, we cannot live. It is similar to if we don't have water, we cannot live. So these 3 and 4 important essential elements are always there. Energy efficiency can definitely come later, but these green rating system are more focusing on energy efficiency. Again, the structure is a similar kind of thing. We can easily see there is another green star rating system. This is followed in Australia. A similar kind of structure, CASB, followed in Japan. Now, the thing is that green globes, that is followed in Canada and US. Now, this is the lead rating system, which is followed in US. And this is the second most important green rating system developed. We can see the comparison. There is each and every green rating system has similar kind of ratings as well. But what I would like to say that the indoor air quality and health and well-being comfort should have more weightage. And there is another important thing which is missing in these green rating system is the safety and security. These green rating system are not actually focusing on fire safety and fire retardedness. Neither they are focusing on earthquake and other climate related parameters. For example, floods and other. These rating systems are not answering these climate related problems, climate change related problems, I would like to say. So that is why these green rating systems need more modification after as we have entered this era of climate change. These green rating systems are essentially should be modified. That is what my brief about this presentation. And we can easily see much more gaps in these green rating systems. Actually, why I opted for this topic, just because these green rating systems are followed worldwide and these rating systems are popular. And that is why I have opted for this kind of presentation. And again, as I've said that variation in the fluoride and number of occupants are missing in the
हाँ
rating.
ये जो तुमने भेजा ऐसे थोड़ा ना होगा, ऐसे होगा तुम्हारा
Now the
नाम
next
आएगा
is
author one,
ignoring and
उसमें तुम्हारी
moving away
designation
from
आएगी
traditional
and
and local practices. In architecture, we used to teach students that local practices and local material is the essential part of building construction. But these green rating systems are not actually answering this kind of thing. So we need to incorporate these kind of things so that we can develop a better building for this climate change era. Impact of different climate zones. Again, these green rating systems are following a standardized climate. they are not made for different climate zones. For example, in India, there are 7 important climate zones, but the green rating system is one. So this cannot be possible that all the climate zones are answered by a single green rating system. There should be a flexibility parameter as well. Now, missing of safety and security parameter. As I've already said, there are some instances in which buildings are certified green and the designer have opted for certain material, and that is the cause of the fire of that building. So these rating system had actually ignored these things. Again, the construction part, to get more certified points, the designers are ignoring some of the basic fundamentals of strengthening the foundation and other things, and that is the main cause of the collapse of the building. Seismic design, there are certain instances in which we have seen that particular building is rated more just because they have resolved some earthquake related problems in the locality. So my submission is this, that these rating systems have incorporated should fill such gaps, so that we can term these green rating system are actually a sustainable building, or we can term these green rating systems are sustainable rating systems. Otherwise, it is the work is hard and we need to done it properly. We need to do it properly, and that is my submission of this presentation. So with this, I am ending my presentation here. Thank you. If there are any questions about the same. Are there any questions about the same?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for sharing with us the presentation. You can unshare your screen. Right. So I would like to give, on behalf of ISERS, my heartfelt gratitude and thank you to all the keynote speakers as well as to our guest presenter. Thank you for your insightful and knowledgeable presentations. I'm sure all the participants and listeners have all benefited hugely from this informative sessions. On that note, we conclude the inaugurative ceremony and we'll be moving on to the technical part. I apologize that we have been running late, and but we would be keeping on time with the technical sessions. So on that note, I would like to announce that the technical sessions are now open, and we will be starting the session 1 of climate change adaptation and mitigation here in this main hall. Before we start with the presentations, I would like to welcome the session chair, Dr. Santosh Bishnoi, ICAR, Indian Institute of Wheat and Barley Research, Karnal, India. All right. So as well as for the session chair and for the participants, I would like to inform you about a few guidelines. So the presentation time for you would be 8 minutes with 2 minutes spent for questions, which is not mandatory. If there are any questions, they could be posted in the chat box or the required person can raise their hands and ask the questions. So once again, you have 8 minutes for your presentations. Kindly do not exceed the time limit. As we have a lot of presenters, please be mindful of the time. The second guideline is that kindly put your presentations on the PPT mode before sharing it, on the slideshow mode, that is before sharing it, so that we can view it better. And the third guideline is you would be calling your name twice, and if there are no response from you, we will be moving on to the next presenter. So these are the guidelines to be followed for the presenters. So session chair, with your go ahead, I'm going to call upon the first presenter that we have.
Thank you so much, Fatima. And I think without wasting any moment, we can straight away, we can invite the presenters and start the presentation, because we are having already 16 presentation in this technical session. So I think we should start without any delay.
Sure, of course, Doctor. So the first presentation is by Ms. Kamal Ahuja, Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra, Bit Mesra, India. The topic is impact of urbanization and climate change. Can we have Kamal Ahuja to present, please?
Good morning. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. We can hear you and we can see your screen. Kindly go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone present. I'm sorry. I just have. Good afternoon. Myself Kamal Ahuja, and I am here to present a study and on the topic impact of urbanization on climate change. And I'm presenting this with my co-members, Ms. Surbi Taman, Mr. Sikandar Yadav, and Mr. Asif Sayed. So our study is basically about emerging towns which experience urbanization and what can be the effects of unplanned urbanization on its environment. And this study runs around a border area. This study runs around a border area city of Tezpur, and idea behind selecting such an area came during one of my internship in DRDO, and we have selected this area so that it can help to monitor and plan the development of border area, and especially northeast India, basically Assam, is very flood prone area. So unplanned urbanization can be a risk there. So these are the table of contents in my presentation. So let me give you a brief introduction. Urbanization can be a result of demographic phenomena, structural change in society, or it can be a result of behavioral processes. With emerging science and technology, there are various tools and techniques emerge for research in the field of urbanization. Geoinformatics and remote sensing open doors for various kinds of research. The present study aims to analyze urban growth and its impact on climatic conditions of Tezpur district of Assam, which is also one of the important border area city. Urbanization is often directly linked to the degradation of environment quality, and this study can help government and planners to monitor and analyze current situation of urbanization and its impact on climate and plan for future growth requirements. So our objectives are to study the urban growth and pattern using satellite data of border area city of Tezpur, monitoring urban expansion in the region, and to study the impact of urbanization on rainfall and land surface temperature. So this is our study area. Tezpur is an ancient town in the Sonitpur district of Assam, and the town is comprised of the population more than 1 lakh. And Tezpur lies between 92.8 degree east and 26.6 degree north latitude. Climate of Tezpur is characterized under subtropical climate, and mainly it experiences monsoon type of climate. According to information released by Government of India for Census 2011, Tezpur is an urban agglomeration coming under category of class 1 urban towns. So this is the methodology we used. The satellite, this is all about, this flowchart shows the data we used. Then we have performed image classification, and then Shannon entropy and chain detection map are to study the urban expansion in the region. Then we have calculated land surface temperature, and through CHIRPS 2.0, we have extracted 5 years average rainfall data and perform interpolation on that data for climatic variability analysis. This is how land surface temperature is being calculated. So our results show that firstly, land use land cover map. These maps shows LULC of that region. This represents 6 categories that are vegetation, built up, water, agricultural area, barren land, and fallow land. And land use, land cover map show how region has been transformed between the span of 15 years from 2005 to 2020. And the table below shows how urban area have been expanded since 2005 till 2020. So Shannon entropy is our second step. The result shows that degree of dispersion in year 2005 is less, whereas there is dispersed development in preceding years that are 2009, 13, and 20. So the value of year 2020 is nearest to the upper limit of log n, as you can see in table, and which implies that the degree of dispersed expansion of built up area is there in 2020, and in 2005 the value of log n is away. The value of 2005 is away from log n. That means there is compact urban sprawl. Next up is chain detection map. This also shows how urbanization shows positive growth from 2005 to 2020. And the yellow color shows for year 2005 and the red shows 2020, year 2020. So our next one is land surface temperature. And there is a positive the land surface temperature in urban area. Maps below support the result from 2005 to 2020 respectively. And there is a positive relation because if urban area grows, there is a increase in concrete land and vegetation decreases somehow, so which can show higher temperature trends. So rise in urbanization in natural setup of the region push temperatures to higher levels sometimes. Next is rainfall map, and this is 5-year average from 1981 to 2020. So these maps shows how rainfall has been decreased over the span of 39 years, and maps started from 1981 and an average of 5 years in the run have been calculated. This table and this graph shows the trend of rainfall. So there is a fluctuation in rainfall trend from 1981 to 2020, but if we try to notice the trend line, it shows that rainfall has been decreased over the years.
You have COVID by example.
There is no clear rise or fall in rainfall over the region as a whole, but if we notice maps, there is a certain increase in rainfall since 10 years, but there is not too, it is not too high. It is not too high or not a composite increase for the city. We observe that on an overall scale, the urban signatures on rainfall are not prominently or consistently visible as they are spatially non-uniform. So as I conclude, in recent decades, climate change is mainly because of anthropogenic factors. Global warming is a term used interchangeably with climate change, which is mainly the result of human activities. Urbanization being a very dynamic phenomena need to be studied time to time with different approaches, which are also upgraded with time and space. And an unplanned urbanization can largely affect climate of any region. Geoinformatics and remote sensing are emerging sciences and techniques which can effectively help in the studies of processes like urbanization, and its impacts can help in further planning. And techniques used in this study are helped in showing rising urbanization and its effect on climate. For future scope, there are few methods we can use further, like land transformation model or the logistic regression model. We can use it for urban studies, and one method is known as quantile regression, which we can use for studying rainfall further. So these methods can further be supportive for planning any urban area in efficient way so that we can manage its adverse impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, presenter. Are there any questions that the session chair or the participants would like to ask?
I think we can keep the question and answer session at the end of all the presentations, because I thank you, Dr. Kamal. You made it in time, and it was really a very good presentation from you, a very good work. So we can call Fatima the next presenter, I think.
Okay, so thank you, Session Chair, and thank you to the presenter. So second, I would like to call Ms. Vilma B. Credera, Mindoro State University, Philippines. Topic is improving the use of weather and climate information for farm decision making in Victoria, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear? Can you see my screen now?
Sorry. Dr. Kamal, can I please ask you to unshare your screen?
Can you hear? Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not
So,
yet.
Dr. Jha, can I please ask you to unshare your screen? Okay. Yes, ma'am. We can see your presentation right now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to present to you my paper titled "Improving the Use of Weather and Climate Information for Farm Decision Making in Victoria, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines." I am Engineer Wilma C. de los Santos, a faculty researcher, and at the same time, the Director for Disaster Risk Reduction and Management, Mindoro State University. Okay. So weather and climate significantly affect agricultural production in many countries, especially developing nations. The Philippines is one of the developing countries hardly hit by the impacts of climate change, such as strong tropical storms, extreme rainfall, floods, and droughts. The country's food production is facing a serious risk, and therefore, innovations and technologies are essential to surmount climate shock. Accurate forecasts that are well disseminated and effectively utilized have the potential to reduce the risks posed by climate uncertainties. However, there are gaps between producer and users of the information. Thus, the weather and climate information is not effectively interpreted and communicated at the farm level. As a result, the information is not useful and usable to decision makers, farmers, and local level planners. Okay, so this study generally assesses the use and importance of weather and climate information in farm decision making in the municipality of Victoria. So the purpose of the study is to improve the utilization of climate and weather forecast in farm operations. The specific objectives are to determine farmers' understanding and their level of awareness on climate change, identify the sources of weather and climate information, determine the farmers' level of usefulness and reliability of weather and climate information, identify farmers' information needs and the gaps on knowledge, access, and use of weather and climate information, and then recommend policies and programs to improve the use of climate and weather information in farm decision making. Okay, so primary data was gathered through a household survey. A total of 324 respondents were randomly selected using Cochrane's formula. A structured questionnaire was developed and used as a guide during the field interview, and a focus group discussion was also conducted to selected rice farmers to validate some of the information gathered in the structured questionnaire. Here is the results in discussion of the study. For the farmers' understanding, from the 324 farmers interviewed, 85% of them has an idea of climate change, while only 16% has no idea. For the level of awareness, the majority of them, or 307 farmers, are aware of the long-term rainfall changes. Among the responses, 132 farmers noticed that the onset of the rainy season is delayed, and 91 farmers perceive that the amount of rainfall today is lower than the usual rainfall amount in the past. Majority of the farmers acquire information from the television, while some of them acquire it from mobile phones and radio. So out of 324 respondents, 305 of them acquired information from television, while 28 and 26 respondents acquired information from radio and mobile phones. Majority of the farmers agree that all information is helpful and useful to them. The most important information to their farm operation include rainfall, tropical storm, La Nina, El Nino, and flood warning. 50 to 60% of the total farmers said that the information they receive are reliable, while 10 to 25% said that the information is somewhat reliable, while 0 to 6% said the information is unreliable. While some farmers or other farmers said there are no information provided to them, especially the soil moisture, leaf wetness, or relative humidity. So for farmers' information needs in the gaps on information dissemination, 55% of the total farmers said that they do not need more information because important information such as rainfall, temperature, thunderstorms, tropical cyclones, and El Niño, La Niña is given through television, radio, or cell phone. Except for the soil moisture and leaf wetness, there are 24 to 31 who said they also need those but not given to them. So for the gaps on knowledge, access, and use of weather and climate information, farmers do not have an idea on the use of the farm weather forecast and the 10-day agri-weather information provided by the Payong Pag-asa of the Philippines. So none of the farmers are capacitated in using climate information for agriculture. There are farmers who do not consider forecasts in farm decision making, which may suggest that these farmers are risk takers. They are risk takers in the sense that they do not have knowledge about weather forecast nor have any access for the time that there would be extreme weather and climate conditions like tropical cyclones, El Niño, or La Niña. In the absence of such weather information, they gamble, resulting in uncertain gains or intermittent losses. So farmers have to operate according to the typical farm operations schedule. For the conclusion and recommendation, so this study concludes that most of the farmers are not aware of the climate information for agriculture posted by Pag-asa on their website. Farmers accept climate and weather events greatly influence decision-making at the farm level. The introduction of the use of weather and climate forecasts in farm activities is new to them. And then farmers agree they need to grasp the new technology and as much as possible capacitate them to utilize climate and weather information in farm decision making. So the awareness of the farmers to the impacts of climate change in addition to their actual experiences is instrumental for them to realize the importance of science-based climate and weather information as a tool in farm decision making, realizing that today traditional knowledge is not anymore reliable. Farmers admit that new technology that will give reliable information is needed. So this study supports the evidence that the farmers need science-based knowledge such as reliable weather and climate forecasts as well as other Pag-asa agricultural-related climate services. So for the recommendation, so to improve the use of weather and climate forecasts in Victoria, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines, this study recommends to integrate the weather and climate information for agriculture in the Municipal Agriculture Office programs and projects with a designated agricultural extension worker, specializing and focusing on the use of weather and climate information for farm decisions, capacitate AEWs on the use of climate and weather forecasts, using the Pag-asa products, and re-echo to the farmers. And then more observations need to be done thoroughly to discover the advancement of the technology and provide more improvements at the farm level. Thank you very much and God bless us.
Thank you, presenter, for your wonderful presentation. So moving on, next, I would like to invite Dr. K. Sangeeta from the Tamil Nadu Dr. Ambedkar Law University, Chennai, India. Her topic on the climate change, a global threat now and in the future, law and strategies followed by the government in India. So can we have Dr. K. Sangeeta's presentation? And may I request Ms. Vilma to unshare your screen?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Sangeeta, we can see your screen.
Am I audible?
You're not clear, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible now.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Can
yes,
I
Dr. Sangeeta, please go ahead.
Yes. So good morning, everyone. Now I want to talk on climate change, a global threat now and in the future, law and strategies followed by the government in India. So first would be the etymological meaning. If you see, climate is the pattern of variation in temperature, atmospheric pressure, wind, atmospheric particles, and meteorological variations that is happening. Here, the regional climate is generated by the climate system and the 5 components, which everybody knows. The climate of location is affected by its latitude, terrain, and altitude. So, if you see what is climate change, here legally we see it as the variation in global and regional climates over time. It reflects changes in the variability and average states of atmosphere over time scales and ranging and the decades to millions of years. So the next I like to state on the facts that was happening from 2015 to 2022 in India. So first, if you see the 8th November 2015 to 14th December 2015, the heavy showers, the cyclones that took place, and there were about 15 cyclonic attacks that took place between 2015 to 2022. So if you see for the study from 2000 to 2022, there were 34 depressions, 24 cyclonic storms, and 23 severe cyclones, which is really having this study here. So even now, you could see from November 2001 to May 2022, in India, the southern part of India, that is where we are hailing from, Tamil Nadu or the southern states of Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and other places, you could see that heavy showers and cyclones hitting in the same month. That is, climate changes of 2 to 3 variations are happening every week. So, in a month, there are 2 cyclonic attacks, and you could see heavy showers during hot summer. So, usually the time period here fixed in is the hottest summer in the mid of May for 21 days, called as Agni Nakshatra, which was from 15th to 18th of May 2022. So here you could see that heavy showers were there in the southern parts and in the coastal region, which clearly states that what is the situation that has happened in climate change. So if you see that the dynamic changes that is happening in the natural cycle during summer or a season where it should be considered to be the hottest. Here we are coming or learning
in the beginning.
Only
I'm sorry,
about studying on all these lines. So here you could see that when the study is on the challenges and the questions before, law comes into effect. So I would like to state that there are n number of legislations and how the flood prone areas, which is 12% and 16% in the study. Because why we say this is, our Prime Minister in the 2021 summit, which took place, he has mentioned in COP26 that there would be a pledge for net zero in 2070, which was in Glasgow. So everybody would be aware of this. So here I would like to state that these were the laws that was in the British regime. And when you see, slowly this extended to all these laws that are available. So we have n number of laws protecting the environment, forests, wildlife, and at last we have the Disaster Management Act 2005. So here we like to state that the National Action Plan on Climate Change, because the climate change both internally and globally, we see a lot of change. As the first presenter was mentioning, there is a misunderstanding in the word terminology, climate change and global warming. So global warming is one part of climate change. So that is what is all about the study. So if you see that today effect on how it is there in India, in the southern parts, 13 districts in Tamil Nadu are having heavy showers in the hottest summer. And they are saying that another next 4 days, this would be in a hike. And if you also see that there would be a temperature hike also. Parallelly, if you see the northern coastal parts of southern, that is Chennai or place, there is a heat degree which is rising up to more than 2 degrees Celsius. So that has been debated today. So why we say this is, here the climate change which poses immediate or far-reaching, which is a threat to both people, communities, and to the world around, which implicates for the full enjoyment of human rights. So after the development in human rights in the global scenario, I would like to state that, yes, I would like to state that how the constitution in India works. So here it clearly says in part 3, that is the fundamental rights, no person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to the procedure established by law. So our Supreme Court has clearly said that how it is going to protect the right of a healthy environment, which is needed with a fresh breathing air, which includes every right for a person to live in peacefully. Second, if you see the state's commitment in Directive Principles of State Policy, Article 48A clearly states that the state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and safeguard the forest and wildlife. So it has taken steps in every way to protect nature. See, in 51A, you could also see it is the duty of every citizen of India to protect and improve the natural environment, including forests, lakes, rivers, wildlife, and to have compassion of all living creatures. So I like to conclude stating that we have n number of legislations. We are working towards it. We are working towards the planning purpose and the mitigation in the disaster management when the natural calamities happen. But still, every human being has this responsibility to have plastic-free zones and protect environment in all means whatever possible, so that a robust methodology is drawn both internally and globally to have a better place to live in. Thank you. Is there any question? I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sangeeta. As the session chair and inform, we will save the questions to the later on session. So next, as you unshare your screen, next I would like to invite Mr. Kadek Sumaja, Indonesian Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics Indonesia. His topic on the climate comfort and climate risk assessment for tourism in Bali, Indonesia.
Thank you for the time, Fatima. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, I'm going to start to share my screen.
Yes, go ahead. Your screen is visible and you're audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the time. Hello, my name is Kadek Sumaja. At this time, I would like to present our research with the title, The Climate Comfort and Climate Risk Assessment for Tourism in Bali, Indonesia. First of all, I would like to state my research background, as tourism is the main source of economic driving in Bali, and unfortunately is one of the economic sector that affected by the climate change. Moreover, since the climate comfort could affect the pattern of tourist visit, as well as the tourist preferences, it is one of the key elements that must be considered to increase the number of tourists visiting. Firstly, the Holiday Climate Index, or HCI, is highlight the significance of the climate as a factor in sustaining the competitiveness of coastal and urban destination. And the Humidity Index, or Humidex, is the measure of how hot we feel, how the combined effect of the warm temperature and humidity are perceived from the people that visit in the certain area. The objective of this research is to analyze and do the mapping of the comfort level of the tourism climate using the Holiday Climate Index and the Humidity Index in Bali Island, and find the most comfortable amount and the relationship between climate indicator and the tourist visit. The data and method that used in this research is the observation data from 2011 to 2020, combined with the reanalysis data from CDS Climate Copernicus, and we combine both of them to processing into the parameter and specific parameter and location. The observation point is displayed in this island, and we divide it into the urban humidity index and the coastal humidity index. And from the coastal or beach humidity index and the HCI, we use the observation location in the coastal area. And we do the calculation of the thermal comfort using this formula and rating the parameter of the thermal comfort using this index or this parameter. And then we calculating the humidity, the holiday climate index using this formula from humidity holiday climate index in the urban area and holiday climate index in the coastal area, and also the humidity index in both of in either urban or beach area. And we do the classification of HCI and humidex using this criteria. And we do the mapping on the quantum GIS application. We combine with the tourist arrival in Bali from 2011 to 2020. We do the relationship analysis and the climate comfort analysis. The result, we found that in some of the freight temperature, the highest temperature occur in January and December, and the lowest temperature occur in July and August. And from the maximum temperature occur in April and November, and the lowest maximum temperature occur in July and August. And regarding the relative humidity, the lowest relative humidity occur in October, and the highest relative humidity occur in January. And in terms of wind, in general, the highest wind speed in all of the observation area occur in July and August, and the lowest is occur in March and November. From the cloud coverage, mostly area in Bali has the lowest cloud coverage in August and the highest cloud coverage in December and January. And regarding the average precipitation, in Bali, the lowest precipitation occur in August, and the highest precipitation occur in February and December. Regarding the number of foreign tourist arrival to Bali, the highest tourist arrival occur in July and the lowest is in November. The holiday climate index in urban area start from May, June, July, August, September, and October. We can say in this 6 months in Bali is very comfortable for tourists to visit this area because the holiday climate index is in term the highest from the excellent level to the very good level. Even though there are small area in October in Bali, that's as a good level of holiday climate index. However, starting from November is the condition is decreased. There is some area that unacceptable, and start from December, February, and January, the condition is getting worse, where the level of holiday climate index is in marginal level, and sometime in January there is some small area in Bali. It is the capital city, is in unacceptable level of holiday climate index, but it's getting better again starting from April, because the most of the area in Bali is in very good level of holiday climate index. In terms of holiday climate index in coastal area, we can say that August has the highest number of the holiday climate index in Bali. So from the tourists that want to visiting Bali in month of June, July, August, September, October, the condition is very comfortable. Overall, from January to December, the holiday climate index in coastal area is start from unacceptable to acceptable level. In terms of humidity index, it means the highest value of humidity index mean the less comfortable condition in Bali Island. From November to April, we say that most of area in Bali is some little discomfort or some discomfort to visit. And start from May to October, most of the area of little discomfort is getting bigger. So we can say that in month from May to October is the best month to visit Bali. This is the correlation between holiday climate index and the number of visitors. The higher holiday climate index, the higher visitor that visit in Bali, either in the urban area or the coastal area. The number is 0.7 in both holiday climate index in urban and beach area. Regarding the humidity index and number of visitor, the correlation is in negative value, which means the lowest number of humidity index, the higher number of the visitor that visiting Bali. The mitigation plan, since the level of humidity index in Bali is from some discomfort to little discomfort, from the tourists that had been acclimatized in some tropical condition, this is some suggestion we provide. From the little discomfort, need to supply of water, and from some discomfort, need to encourage visitor to start recording our temperature and drink extra water. And from the unacclimatized tourists, we suggest that they encourage the visitor to drink extra water also. When the condition humidity index from 34 to 37, we notify visitor to drink extra water. And from 38 to 39, they have to spend the number less than 50 minutes an hour, provide adequate cooling temperature, and at least 1 cup water that's provided by the visitor that has the unacclimatized condition. The conclusion is the proper month to do the urban tourism in Bali is in April to November, and to do the beach tourism is from May to October. The little discomfort occur in May to October, and the high relationship between monthly holiday climate index and the number of foreign visitors, as well as the monthly humidity index and number of visitors, but in the negative pattern. The overall humidity index in range little discomfort to some discomfort can be anticipated by the adequate water supply and aware of hourly temperature and the relative humidity report. That's all of my presentation. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, presenter. So I would like to invite the next presenter, Ms. Anisha Bajpai from Amity University, India, to talk on the topic climate change mitigation through sustainable regenerative restorative buildings.
I request all other delegates to please keep their microphones muted. There's a lot of disturbance in the background.
Please go ahead, Ms. Anisha. We can see your screen. You may need to unmute yourself, ma'am.
Dr. Anisha, you are not audible.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible now.
Can you put the screen on? Can you put your presentation on the full screen, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it will be, good.
So now is it better?
Yes, it's perfect. Please go ahead.
So my topic is climate change mitigation through sustainable, restorative, regenerative building design. And I'm Anisha Bajpai from Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh, India. So looking at the present scenario of the climate change, we can see that 2019 was the second world warmest year on record, and it marked the end of the warmest decade on record. As seen in this image, depicted in this image, the levels of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere reached new highs. So the oceans are expected to be affected by the global warming in a variety of ways, and rising sea levels due to thermal expansion and melting of the glaciers and ice sheets, as well as warming of the ocean surface, which leads to increasing temperatures, stratification, and ongoing effects. So this is a graph which is showing the atmospheric carbon dioxide, that shows that carbon dioxide has increased since the industrial revolution, and we can see how this has reached above this line. The present situation is that the carbon dioxide has reached above this line, which is too high since the past years. And this report is the IPCC report, that is Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change by Working Group 2, which shows that the human society causes climate change. And then the next figure shows the transformation entails system transition, strengthening the resilience of ecosystem and society. Now, factors which are responsible for the climate change in the built environment are the poor design by the architects, building not friendly with the environment, construction, which is the major carbon dioxide emitter, and next is the urban heat island. So my objectives of my research would be to design buildings, structures, built up spaces that are suitable for climate change mitigation, to define strategies for sustainable, restorative, regenerative building design, and to sensitize and make aware of all professionals related to built environment, architects, engineers, urban planners, interior designers, and policymakers. Now, as per the studies reports on the built environment and climate change, we see that the construction related activities emitted around 8.6 million metric tons of carbon dioxide as per the IPCC report of 2007. Halocarbons, chlorocarbons, and hydrocarbons, which are used in cooling, refrigeration, and insulating materials, are also accounted for the global warming. It is critical to develop sustainable design techniques that combine technology and design, limit energy use, and effectively reduce carbon emissions. We create sustainable, restorative, regenerative design for buildings. Regenerative design has the capacity to produce resilience and sustainability in the environment through a regenerative paradigm, as said by John Tillman. Now, the major interventions, actions for the climate change mitigation are integration of the building design in conformity with the natural environment and social activity of the occupants, minimize the use of non-renewable resources, fossil fuels, man-made chemicals, maximize use of renewable resources, recycling, management of the waste and its recycling on the basis of the circular economy or zero wastage, then eco-friendly design of buildings, more space for greenery and green audit, and motivate eco-friendly lifestyle of the occupants. The methodology would be the critical analysis of the review of the literature on the subject, and then the case studies of the selected buildings and recommendations on the critical analysis of the literature. Adaptive building envelope as an architectural measure. Adaptive architectural measures to minimize the impacts of climate change. An adaptive building envelope is an interface that responds to the changing exterior environment circumstances while also controlling the internal conditions. Its goal is to reduce energy usage while also improving the occupant's thermal comfort. Davies proposed a polyvalent wall with many layers that could absorb, reflect, filter, and transfer energy from the environment. As an adaptation approach, Le Corbusier's house of exact breathing introduced the wall that regulated the internal conditions through voids. So the ability to adapt is referred to as resilience. The concept's main focus is on the system's ability to return to a stable baseline after an incident. Now, these are the different regenerative strategies that can be adopted to mitigate the climate change. Strategy 1, which is maintaining habitable temperature, and the possible solutions can be designed for passive ventilation, designed for passive heating and cooling, designed for daylight, and utilizing shading devices. Second is operate building in low power mode, which can be achieved by enhancing the envelope insulation and thermal mass, and elevate the HVAC and electrical equipment. Next is rainwater harvesting and use, that is collecting, storing, and treating rainwater from the roof, and then oversizing the roof drains. Next strategy is grey water capture and use by plumbing or grey water separation, and store and treat grey water. Potable water distribution, which can be achieved by distributing potable water without electricity and ensuring that the sinks and toilets operate without power. Next strategy is thermal efficient construction, which can be achieved by curtain wall, which can act as a thermal barrier between the outside and inside. The major interventions, through policy decisions, the first policy intervention, we can say we can have a green space. Plots having 500 square meters should have 10% of the site as green open space. WHO recommends 9 square meter per capita green space, and Singapore has provided 66 square meter of per capita green space. And the benefits for the climate change mitigation through this policy is it provides landscape, foliage, and vegetation, reduction in the urban heat island, reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions. Next policy is green roof. For all new plots, 75% of the exposed roof area to be developed high reflective materials or vegetation. And a study conducted by LBNL and IIT Hyderabad in May 2011 has estimated that potential energy savings of cool roofs, green roofs in India is 20 to 22 kilowatts per square meter of roof area, per kilowatt hour per square meter of roof area. The benefits that we can have for climate change mitigation is reflective roof surfaces and green roofs can have a reduction in urban heat island, reduction in the ambient temperatures in urban areas, and reduction in the cooling loads and power consumption. Next is built environment. New building projects with built up area of more than 2,000 square meter shall be developed as green buildings, which can have the benefit of reduction in water and energy consumption from day one of the occupancy. We can have the energy savings from 20 to 30%, water savings around 30 to 50%, and improved air quality and daylighting, and also health and well-being of the occupants. Next is rainwater harvesting. All existing.
Dr. Anisha, may I request you to please conclude, because the allotted time is almost up.
So it's the last slide, just the last slide. And rainwater harvesting is the next policy through which we can have a reduction in the municipal water supply dependency on the municipal water supply systems and improving the groundwater recharge. So the conclusion is the above studies, its analysis and findings suggest that it is critical to develop sustainable design techniques that combine technology and design, limit energy use, and effectively reduce carbon emissions. And to have a clear-cut recommendations, rules, and design ideas for sustainable design, which help for parameters like thermal performance, light and humidity, management for specific needs in a variety of climatic zones and habitat settings. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, presenter. Moving on, as you unshare your screen, I would like to welcome Ms. Elizabeth Awomi, Vandanesia Taria, Northeastern Hill University, India. Her topic on the assessment of adaptation, mitigation, and climate vulnerability of farm households in Nagaland.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
It's just coming up. Yes,
Okay.
we can see your screen and you are audible. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic is assessment of adaptation, mitigation, and climate vulnerability of households in Nagaland. Just a minute. Climate change is one of the biggest environmental problems the world is facing today, and we see that ever since the Industrial Revolution, the man-made activities have been alleviating carbon dioxide emissions and contributing the greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. Countries that are located in mostly in tropical and subtropical regions are the most. And looking into the developing countries, most of the disadvantaged groups of people who are mostly engaged in family-dependent agriculture are generally more susceptible to climate hazards. Consequently, lower income households tend to rely greatly on farming for livelihood, and there is a close relationship between climate hazards and households. So our study is, this is just a brief overview of the state of Nagaland, and almost 71% of population of the state is dependent on agriculture, and the Naga community practice semi-nomadic Sweden agriculture, which generally is shifting cultivation, expecting higher returns, and with more bigger land and very much dependent on rainfall. The sample district is Mapu district has been selected for this study, and we see that over the course of past 12 years, from 9 to 21, we see that almost all the years had lesser rainfall, and however, this trend follows up to 2016, except again in 2018, 19, 20, we see that there was very less rainfall, except for the year 2021, having average annual rainfall of 1140.6 millimeter. Since our study is based on 2 years, so we focus on the seasonal for 3 years. That is, we adopt the 4 official seasons for India given by the Indian Meteorological Department. That is, winter corresponds to January, summer corresponds to April, monsoon corresponds to July, and post-monsoon to October. So looking closely and considering monsoon and post-monsoon rainfall from agricultural point of view, see that there was a good amount of post-monsoon rainfall in 19 and 20. However, in the year 2021, we see that there is very less post-monsoon rainfall, and as well as very less summer rainfall. And also, whereas on the other hand, there was heavy monsoon rainfall, which could not be very favorable for farming activities. Thus, the objective of the study is to analyze the change on household agricultural income, and also to in the determination of poverty among the households in the district of Dimapur. So for the primary source of data, we collected data for 2 consecutive years, 2020 and 2021, and 2 blocks were selected for the study, or like the 2 blocks having the highest number of farming households to represent the sample households, and 2 sample villages from each block, and the total sample household for the current study is household. We come to the method of analysis. We use multiple linear regression. So this is we follow this regression where the dependent variable is the agricultural income, which represents the agricultural income farm household, and the independent variables are adaptation. We take up adaptation and mitigation taken up by farm households. We also take rainfall, average rainfall, average minimum temperature, average maximum. So for analyzing the poverty, we take the simplest of all poverty measure tools, ratio, and the study aims to analyze the impact of household. Thus we make an attempt to evaluate the validity or otherwise of the hypothesis that there is a significant impact of climate change on agricultural households' income. So coming to the results, we followed the poverty line set by the Planning Commission. That is, since that is the latest official poverty line so far. So we adopt that, and we come to households. The poor have been defined as those having monthly per capita of 6,350, coming to an annual household income of 76,200. So as we analyze with the headcount ratio, we see that for the 2 years, almost all the sample households fell the incidence of poverty. However, we see that in year 2021, the same sample households seem to fall, there seemed to be a higher HCR in the year 2021. We further analyzed this relationship with the regression of regressing farm households income along with the explanatory variables. So coming to the result, we see a good number of coefficients have correct signs. First, we look into year 2020, and the result confirms that 65% of explanatory variables explain the variation in net income. Observing closely, a good amount of rainfall, adaptation, mitigation strategies taken up by the farm households seem to have sustained the agricultural net income in the year 2020. However, in the year 2020, the R value shows that 77% of explanatory variables explain the variation in net income. So if we look closely, there was very less post-monsoon rainfall as well as very less summer rainfall in the year 2021. So when we compare to the preceding year, so further from the primary survey, almost 80% of the sample farm households responded that due to less start of rain and drought or dry weather conditions, they experienced a loss in their agricultural income. Also, we further relate the regression result with the growth in income among the sample farm households. And here we see that it is evident that there was a decrease in net annual income in 2021 as compared to 2020. So this explains that the explanative variables moved in opposite directions to net annual income in the year 2021, which further supports the rises, and the regression result therefore confirms that there is a significant impact of climate change on agricultural income. Now, limitation rather than conclusion. Of course, this is a working paper. And this is still a working paper, and the researchers will still aim to study more on the cause and effect of relationship of the proposed study in the future, and will also take up more variables, climate parameters, as well as the those idiosyncratic factors that could influence the relationship between the dependent and variables. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, presenter. Moving on. So session chair, I would like to inform you that the 7th presenter, Sharanya Vijitharan, is unable to attend the technical session today. So we will be moving on to the 8th presenter, who is Adrao Imane, UIZ FSAA Agadir, Morocco. The topic on vulnerability of Moroccan oases to climate change and their adaptation.
Please, Dr. Iman is there.
Dr. Iman, please go ahead.
Is Dr. Iman there? I think we can see her, but an audio problem is there. Fatima?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Iman, we can hear you, but we can hear your echo also, a number of echoes. So can you fix that?
Yes.
Yes, now it's
Okay
okay.
now?
Yes, it's perfect. You can start sharing your screen.
We can see your
thank
screen,
you so
Dr.
much.
Iman. Please go ahead.
We can see your screen.
So good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of third conference on climate change for giving me this opportunity to present in front of such an distinguished audience. Today, I would like to present an assessment of vulnerability of Moroccan oases to climate change and their adaptation. I will start with general information on Morocco. Morocco is located in northwest of Africa at European gates with 710 square kilometer area and 33.8 population, border between two coastlines, Atlantic Ocean and Mediterranean Sea. Morocco is geographically located between two main climate zones and is characterized by humid, subhumid, semi-arid and arid. Climate change will likely have strong effects on Morocco, and in recent decades, Morocco has experienced a significant increase in temperature, deficient rainfall, and exacerbated rainfall, causing devastating flooding, particularly in the south of the country. Morocco is highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, particularly to its water resource, coastal and desert region. The oasis is a complex and fragile ecosystem that characterizes the south of Morocco. Indeed, the existence of oasis ecosystem was much more linked to existence of availability of water resource. However, little attention has been paid to study the impact of water resource on development of oasis and more specifically in Moroccan context. In this study, we will examine how to provide an overview of how climate change affects different levels of Oasis ecosystem, to assess the level of vulnerability of Oasis region to climate change, also to highlight the importance of the water resource in conservation and sustainability of the Oasis. We will also discuss the way forward to ensure the sustainability of this ecosystem, considering the challenges posed by climate change to 2030 and 2050. This study was conducted in south and southeast of Morocco, and it's covered 5 provinces. 2 provinces in Ouarzazate, Zagora in Oasis Darha Valley, 1 province, Rashidia in Oasis Ziz Valley, and Galmim Tata in Oasis Tata Valley. The region subject to the desert climate with strong continental influence. In our methodology, we will study the vulnerability, water stress index, and water availability indicator. First, I will start with impact of growing population on natural resources. From 424,000 in 2004 to 2 million in 2015. The population in province of Rashidia, Zagora, Ouarzazate, we will account more than 70% of total of population, but the province of Tata is the only one that despite population growth will have low density from 7 to 8 between 2030 and 2050, because this province is vulnerable to the risk of flooding, and the population will move from the center of the city to the rural area or to the other province. The combination of population growth and climate change will increase the gap between supply and demand, between production and consumption. This population growth translates into pressure on Oasis resources. The vulnerability of this area, from the mapping, we will see that the degree of vulnerability increase in all provinces, and also the current vulnerability analysis has revealed that water, agricultural, soil sector are the most sensitive of climate hazard and socioeconomic change. The climate change expected by 2030 and 2050 will lead to increasing temperature and change in rainfall, which will contribute to increasing pressure on resource. Will be also significant drop in productivity in all socioeconomic sectors, accompanied by increasing pressure on natural resources. Water resources. The consequence of climate change could affect different reservoir and flow by accelerating water evaporation, soil and vegetation cover, also reduction groundwater volume and decreasing runoff. This will result in increased pressure on water resource by increasing in agricultural water need. All this change will generate constraints for the user and new challenge to ensure the non-degradation of water resources. In using measuring water scarcity for Ouarzazate province, the water stress index will be 1,000 cubic meter in 2030 and will reach 900 cubic meter in 2050. Also for Ouarzazate province, this related to scenario 1, no climate, the water stress index vary from 900 cubic meter in 2030 to 699 cubic meter in 2050, and related to scenario 2, according to IPCC information, the water stress index vary from 500 cubic meter in 2030 to 400 cubic meter in 2050. We can understand that the threshold of water stress index in all Oasis region will be less than 1,000 cubic meter, and it means it's water scarcity. Water availability indicator is the ratio comparing the demand of water to the availability resource. So we'll compare 2 scenarios. In scenario 1, 75% for Zagora and 50% for Ouarzazate between 2030 and 2050. And in this indicator will increase in scenario 2 and will be 89% for Zagora and 78% for Ouarzazate. And according to classification model, up of 40% is high water stress, used available water. That means the sustainability of resources is a major concern of this area. A majority of water footprints is used to grow agricultural crops and for livestock. The current water index vary between 10% to 20% is not very efficient. The way this area that have an agricultural vocation turned to the palm are penalized by this crop that require a lot of water. That means low water stress index, and the market has a fairly low water satisfaction index between 5 to 21%, which will decrease by 2030 and 2050. Climate change will also result in yield reduction of order of 10 to 50% for all Oasis province. With climate change, all crops will be penalized in the Oasis area with reduction in water satisfaction index. To solve all this program, we propose strategy and measure. Strategy, the Oasis territory must adapt and implement action to reduce their vulnerability to cope with new climate and socioeconomic situation. Strategy of adaptation to climate change must be considered with a comprehensive, integrated, and sustainable vision of the territory. This strategy must involve institutional, scientific, and technical aspects and socioeconomic choice, raising awareness to cope with the impact of climate change in short, medium, and long term. In measure side, development and implementation of adaptation measure win-win logic for the territory. The proposed adaptation measures are no regret, reversible, and flexible. So now I come to the end of my presentation. Climate change is a reality in the Oasis Valley, which must be integrated into sectoral and territorial management to better anticipate future development and better adaptation of the territory. The emphasis must be placed on integrative approach and on synergy, and to reduce the various vulnerability of Oasis must act now. And thank you for your attention.
So with the excellent presentation of Dr. Iman, I think we are halfway through our technical session. 8 of the presentations have been made. So Fatima, we can call to the next speaker, please.
Yes, session chair. So moving on, next I would like to call Harita M from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, India, for her presentation on adaptation strategies of fisher folk towards climate change in the Union Territory of Puducherry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'll share my screen just a minute. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. So I'm Harita, doing MPhil in Tata Institute of Social Science, and I'm going to present on adaptation strategies of the fisher folk towards climate change in the Union Territory of Puducherry. So coming to the introduction or the background of the study, climate change seems to be the
Ms.
most...
Harita, I'm sorry, but your presentation is on the last slide.
Last slide, yeah, wait 1 second. I think.
Dr. Harita, drag it to the first slide, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We are
Yes, sir.
seeing the thank you
Yeah,
slide.
yeah. Sorry.
That also is not bad, but you have to show us the first slide. Still the same thing.
It's the laptop is taking time. I think there is a technical glitch with the...
Try putting it in the slideshow mode. I think it will help. on the right side, right bottom, try to put it on the slideshow mode.
Yes, sir.
Miss Harita, do you try clicking on the slides?
Yeah, like in my laptop it is changing, but
No, it's the same problem. Are you clicking on the first slide?
yes, so the thing is it's changing in my laptop, but it is not.
In screen share mode, it is not changing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You can just once log out and then join again.
Maybe.
Yeah, that might help.
So till then, can we call the next speaker, Harita?
So let me call on the next speaker then.
Yes, that will.
So the
that
next
will be
speaker is Mona Lisa Augustina from the Indo-Global Mandiri University, Indonesia. Her topic on the evaluation of green city application as climate change adaptation in Palembang city.
Dr. Mona Lisa, are you there?
Do we have Dr. Mona Lisa? All right. So I guess she is not here. I will move on to the next presenter. May I call upon Ms. Anita Yadav, Terry School of Advanced Studies, India. The role of civil society organizations in strengthening adaptation-focused climate governance capacity in India.
Dr. Yadav?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. I'm Anita Yadav from Terry School of Advanced Studies, New Delhi. So the title of my presentation is Role of Civil Society Organizations in Strengthening Adaptation-Focused Climate Governance Capacity in India. Climate change, to give a brief background to this study, climate change is a multi-scale environment concern that demands mitigation and adaptation actions by a wide range of actors on both sides of the state and the society. There is a growing consensus in both climate governance regimes and scientific literature that climate change adaptation should engage multiple actors from the public and the corporate sector, as well as from the civil society. Non-state actors like private sector, civil society organizations are increasingly playing a key role in climate change governance at all levels, from international to the local level. To give a brief introduction, my study is focused around adaptation-based actions. Adaptation capacity, resilience, and vulnerability are localized and region-specific, unlike the mitigation actions for which we can have a global or a national strategy. In case of adaptation, it's a bit different. In a geographically vast country like India, adaptation type climate action demands for a thorough understanding of the topography, climate, and vulnerabilities of the affected region and society. With respect to adaptation efforts at local level, there are certain governance capacity gaps, such as lack of awareness, lack of financial resources, and deficiency of climate experts at the local level. So the civil society organizations across multiple governance scale, working across multiple governance scales, provide a diverse set of inputs for identifying and addressing climate vulnerabilities across different geographical locations in India. The broad objectives of the study are to study the role of civil society organizations in adaptation-focused climate action in India, and to understand the contribution of the CSOs in addressing the gaps in adaptation governance. This slide summarizes the methodology used for the study. For the study, explorative research was done to identify civil society organizations working on climate adaptation in India. For the data collection, global civil society organization networks like the Climate Action Network South Asia, the NASCA platform under UNFCCC, Government of India, the Open Portal, and various government reports on climate change were used as a source. 100 CSOs were identified and descriptive analysis of the web page and documents was done to study the focus area and the climate action undertaken by each CSO. The result and analysis part. This slide summarizes the key areas of contribution of the civil society organizations for climate adaptation, such as awareness generation, policy advocacy, knowledge management, and stakeholder engagement, resource mobilization, networking, equity, facilitating collaborations, etc. This table summarizes the key findings of the research under first theme, that is awareness generation. CSOs enhance public awareness about climate change and also promote societal responsibility for sustainable future. CSOs also help in building youth climate leaders. I have also listed a few examples of the CSOs working in each respective area. Next is research and knowledge management. CSOs like Terry promote multidisciplinary research to facilitate cross-sectoral climate action. CSOs also act as a bridge between scientific and community knowledge and provide a middle path. CSOs like Vasudha Foundation have helped various city governments to prepare their own climate action plans depending on the vulnerabilities. These CSOs provide the research and knowledge to the respective city governments. Next is mobilizing resources. CSOs work in partnership with the state governments and corporates and mobilize resources such as finance and technology for local level adaptation action. Next is stakeholder engagement. CSOs work with communities to build adaptation capacity and promote inclusivity and participatory approach for adaptation action. Next is policy advocacy. Organizations like Center for Policy Research advocates for need for a robust climate policy, and their research also highlights the key areas which are important and which should be paid attention while forming the climate policy. Next is fairness and equity. CSOs support the idea of climate justice and often integrate livelihood generation as part of the adaptation action. Various CSOs also raise voice for the marginalized communities and the vulnerable to climate change. Next is facilitating collaborations. CSOs work with various actors such as local governments like the Panchayat, research organizations, various government departments and local communities to facilitate a collaborative climate action. Also, various Indian CSOs are part of global networks of civil society organizations like the Climate Action Network, South Asia, Climate Justice Now. These networks provide opportunity to connect with other transnational CSOs and also receive membership benefits such as financial support and knowledge exchange. I'll conclude my presentation with, so in the conclusion, India has a vibrant civil society working on climate change related issues. This engagement varies from policy advocacy and scientific research to community-based adaptation and grassroots mobilization. There is a need for further strengthening the role of the civil society organization in participative civil society advocacy in policy and to facilitate collective learning. Global climate community and national governments should promote more support to should provide more support to the CSOs. Initiatives like knowledge sharing, capacity building, and experimental learning for the vulnerable communities. A lot of grassroots level adaptation actions go unnoticed due to lack of documentation. So civil society organizations are a key to facilitate and also to document the grassroots level climate action happening. So that's it for the presentation. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope I completed on time.
Okay, thank you so much, Anita. So moving on, I would next like to invite Chandani Yadav from the Dayal Bagh Educational Institute, Agra, India, on the topic National Action Plan on Climate Change with reference to mitigate and adapt to climate change to provide climate justice. Do we have Chandani Yadav?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Wait a minute, ma'am.
So Fatima, if there is any technical glitch, can we take Dr. Harita? Meanwhile.
All right, sure, sir. So Dr. Harita, are you ready now?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have shared my screen.
Yes, Dr. Harita, go ahead.
Yeah, can you like...
No, ma'am, we cannot see your screen.
Now?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Okay.
Okay, I see that Chandani Yadav is sharing her screen.
Okay, okay. So that's why maybe.
All right. So let us go with Chandani's while we
yeah.
figure it out. Yes, Ms. Chandani, we can see your slides. Please unmute yourself and go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry for the delay, ma'am. Yes, my topic is National Action Plan on Climate Change, a study in justice perspective. Next, please. Climate justice has become the need of an hour. Everybody knows this because of the increased hazardous impact of climate change and rapidly human-caused disaster. Climate change is a natural process, but now climate change has become a man-made global problem. Am I audible?
Ms. Chandni, may I advise you stop your video and go ahead with your audio presentation because sometimes the video might take a lot of network. So you can cut your video and just go with your voice.
Okay. Is this fine?
Yeah, this is fine. You can go ahead now.
Okay. This paper aims to analyze
Yes, go ahead,
Dr.
Ms. Chandni.
Gaiman, please
This paper
mute
aims
yourself.
to analyze the role of National Action Plan to evaluate these actions to locate and global level. Today, it become a matter of injustice due to mainly two reasons. The first reason is injustice with the people and nation who are the most vulnerable and poor. They are suffering most without contributing to it. The second reason is political and geographical interest and choices of developed nations. Implementation of National Action Plan, sustainable development, and international cooperation are the way forward. Research methodology, research design of the present study will be descriptive and exploratory in nature. Literature reviews and then sources of data collection. This research paper has used observation and secondary data from various government organizations, NGOs, NGT, conferences, newspapers, journals, etc. Talk much, as we all know that we have been talking a lot, and this is the time to act of climate change, to act for climate change, to mitigate and adapt the impacts of climate change. India has launched its National Action Plan on climate change. Objectives with the so many objectives, I have chosen some broad categories to develop better understanding of climate change, to enhance knowledge, conserve limited natural resources, use them in sustainable manner, energy efficiency, save water, etc. To reduce the growth of carbon emission in India, there are mainly three national actions which are working under this to reduce the growth of carbon emission in India. National Mission for Green India, National Solar Mission, National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency, to adopt the effects of climate change. Some important measures to adopt to the impacts of climate change. Here, there are also three main national action plans to adapt the effects of climate change.
Dr. Chandni, may I interrupt you, please?
Yeah, sure.
Is this a proposed study or you have completed this study already?
So it is a proposed study. I am going to work on this.
How are you going to present the results? Because on such a platform you have to present the findings of some study, if I'm not wrong.
So I have findings also.
Anyways, please go ahead.
May I conclude it, sir?
Sure, please.
When we talk about sustainable use or sustainable development for our coming generation, we must keep in mind that we are already so late that our own lives are unsafe, lots of pollution, food shortage of food, loss in crops, sudden change in weather events, heat waves are tolerable. We are in the danger how we can save our son, daughter, it means our coming generation. We need to think emotionally and morally. Climate justice is a broader sense. It seeks justice not only for vulnerable or poor people, it is for everyone, justice for everyone, because it is climate change impacting everyone. It is not for poor or rich. It is impacting to everyone. So next is climate justice is for every living being on earth. It is a problem we are facing, so we have to solve it with cooperation with the aim to save our family. In this earth, in this earth is our mother. This is earth, like it is mother for everyone. So it's kind of a family. So we have to give this importance and treat it as a family. Science and technology have no fault in climate change. Moral values and ignorance of the rights are the real culprit behind it. New advanced technology to reduce carbon emission, to save energy, to save water, and to save forest is the way forward. Example, early warning system to save the people from natural disasters. Sustainable development and cooperation by all countries is the way forward also to bring positive change. Traditional knowledge and new knowledge is the also way forward. War is also responsible for environmental damage. We always must avoid war because we all have to suffer by the consequences of the war. Individual habits and their duties is the most important example. Avoid as we all know that individual duties must also performed by the individuals. And the last is implementation of the next generation plan is must within timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Abhinav Chaturvedi, NIMS University, India. The green building rating systems can be improved by greater emphasis on indoor air quality.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, sir.
Okay. I am going to share my screen and yeah. So is it visible? The screen is visible?
It is still coming up, sir. Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. So actually, I am using two software in the presentation. Actually, I have some architectural drawings as well, and there is some related content in the presentation. First of all, indoor air quality. Actually, indoor air quality is the quality of air we breathe in and around the building. And if we there are some subsets of green rating systems. Indoor air quality is one of them. If we increase the emphasis on indoor air quality, right now it is 7.5%. If we calculate the average of all the green rating system across the world, it is around 7.5%. And we have conducted I and my team had conducted a survey after COVID-19, and we found that designers and doctors and other professionals who are related to construction industries and health industries would like to have more emphasis on indoor air quality as a parameter of green rating system. First of all, what we did, we had conducted a survey and we had a result. Then we checked the indoor air quality in different kind of buildings. For example, we have checked the indoor air quality parameters in hospital building as well as in institutional building. I'm not going to name the hospital building right now because there is a confidentiality clause. But the thing is that the case study is of Jaipur, Rajasthan, in India, and this hospital is on Delhi Jaipur National Highway, and this is a multi-specialty hospital working from around, I think, 2012. What we did, we have investigated the indoor air quality inside different kind of zones in the hospital, and what we found that this particular hospital is associated with COVID treatment as well. So that is why we have taken this case study. What we found, you can easily see different colors coming up with the indoor air quality parameters which we have which we have shown in the photograph. The photograph is not clear because it is small in size, and I can zoom it. Let's see if it is visible to you all. Yeah, now it is visible, and we can easily see that there are different kind of color codings happening in the zone, in different zones. This orange color thing is a condition of seriousness. For example, the HVOC and aldehyde and TVOC and PM 2.5 is extremely high in these areas. And it is very shocking to see that these particular areas are the ICUs and MICUs. Actually, these particular areas are related with the treatment of extensively higher care patients, which required extensively higher care. And we found that the air quality is tremendously bad there. So this is very shocking to see. So that is why we conducted a survey again, that what we should do, what we should have in this kind of system. First of all, let me tell you that after conducting a survey of COVID-19 and the replanning according to it, we found that air condition is the primary factor of spreading this COVID-19 virus. And if we are talking about TB, another disease of another lung disease, we still can say that air condition is the primary factor of spreading this kind of infection as well. So MICU and ICU are definitely the areas where we generally find air condition or HVAC systems. Air condition have the problem of recirculating the indoor air again without exchanging it. And this is a major problem. So what we proposed, that the exchange of air should be there, and that is why isolated room ACs as well as split ACs should be avoided, because these split ACs and room ACs are not exchanging the air, and exchange of air is the first and primary important factor. Second thing is that lighting. If we see the arrangement of these MICUs and ICUs, we can easily see that the LED lighting is preferred here. Actually, frankly speaking, the natural light is very important factor. If we avoid this natural lighting, we can easily say that we are actually increasing the increasing the possibility of infection, as well as there is a mental state of a patient. We are actually we are not helping the patient mentally. Actually, they have certain tendency that if they are not having natural light, they would feel isolated or something like that, which we should avoid as an architect. It is very important to see these two brown areas as well. Again, we can easily see that these two particular areas are extensively mechanically ventilated. Those areas which have green coding are actually naturally air ventilated areas. So we can easily see the ratings of the different parameters. We can easily see here. You can easily note that this particular red mathematical rating is of is of formaldehyde, and that is a very poisonous particle or poisonous gas. That is a poisonous gas which is part of the breathing air. So we can easily see here the green areas, the green indicator shows the better air quality, and the orange indicates a serious or avoidable air quality. We should avoid those zones which have a orange ratings. For example, if we can see this ramp and other areas, it is showing green. So this have a better air quality as compared to this corridor, and this corridor have a better air quality as compared to this ICU and others. Now, moving towards the presentation, green rating always have this kind of subset, and as we can see that this is the small subset of 3% of indoor air quality. And if we compare all the green ratings, we can easily find that not much emphasis is laid on indoor air quality. But the thing is that after COVID-19, it should be increased. And my submission is this, that it should be increased by at least 20%, so that we as an architect have lot of scope to improve the indoor air quality. If we compare the residential building with the hospitality building or hospital building, we can easily see the areas where we have a natural ventilation is a very good ventilated and very good indoor air quality areas. And if we compare to a building which is totally based on mechanical ventilation, that particular building have a problem of indoor air quality. So that is why it is necessary to have a exchange air rate. Secondly, lighting, natural lighting is very necessary. And as far as possible, we should avoid mechanical ventilation as well. So these are the three crux points which should be followed by an architect if an architect has to build according to COVID-19 parameters. These parameters should be taken care of. Now, if we move towards the climatic zones of India, we can easily see that there are there are certain different climatic zones. When we have seen the COVID map, we can easily find the coastal areas or the metropolitan cities have the larger COVID concentration. For example, Mumbai, Delhi is showing that the particular population living in these states or they were living in these cities are infected more. That is just because of the...
Sorry for interruption. We are, enjoying listening to your talk, but time is always a constant. So please, we have to conclude the session also. So I request you to please conclude your presentation.
Okay. So actually, I am just showing that briefly. I am covering it up now.
Please.
The coastal areas and the metropolitan cities are showing more concentration of COVID-19 infection, and that is just because the buildings here are mechanically ventilated. So as an architect, the brief is, as an architect, we have to follow a rating system which have 20% indoor air quality emphasis. So that is the crux of the matter. And if we are building according to the COVID-19 parameters, we should have more fresh air or more naturally ventilated areas as compared to mechanically ventilated areas. That is all.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Abhinav. So as you could unshare your screen, so we will be moving on to the next presenter. May I invite Dr. V.N. Jha, retired scientist, India. His topic on massive shock waves of space launches are big threats to atmospheric blanket.
Yeah, I'm unsharing.
Dr. Jha, you're on mute. Dr. Jha, you are on mute. Dr. Jha, you are on mute, sir.
We cannot hear you, sir.
Sir, you're on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is my topic of massive shock wave of space launches. Those are the big threats to the atmospheric blanket. Possibly, this is being presented for the first time, wherein the problems of the atmospheric blanket being evaluated out of the Earth's surface is a distinct possibility. I'm a life science scientist, and this entire topic came with a news clip that was published some time back, in which I also happen to be one of the scientists on some of the TV channels wherein we discussed about it. And then we found that there is a serious problem that we are heading for. Today, we have a lot of issues which is happening with the climate, but the climate everyone is talking of. However, there's a very few commitments or the murmurs about the atmospheric ablation that is going on over for quite some time. And these are happening from the point of view that whenever atmosphere is ablated, it is not only the percentage of oxygen and nitrogen that is going to be depleted, it is even the pressure that is surrounding us, which is also being ablated. While atmospheric losses due to natural or cosmic reasons are beyond our control, that we cannot do anything, this presentation focuses on the losses caused by the human activities. Mostly, I'm talking of the space launches that is causing all this. That is atmospheric losses due to the shock waves that is going to be produced by the rockets launching various space missions, and very small, minuscule amount of expenditure or losses of through the gases that we carry into the space crafts. Author acknowledges the relevance of the space launches, how important it is from both technical and scientific interest point of view. However, many are talking today of the effects of the planet, climatic effects of the planet, but very few are there to talk about the planetary environment and the climatic changes caused by the human activity. In my presentation, I'm just touching on, and this is the first time that we are presenting such a thing at the international forum, which subsequently, I'm sure, will gather some more dust, and it will be a talk of the situation right now, because there was a time when very few space launches used to be there, but today, as on today, SpaceX is sending almost one rocket every week, and that is happening in many other countries. So we try to look at what is holding the atmosphere to the Earth. We try to look at various factors of our planet, in which the gravity was supposed to be the one of the most important, which is holding the atmosphere. But we found a problem because it is not universally related parameter that is holding the atmosphere. By and large, gravity, diameter, and the mass of the Earth, you can see all the three together. they are having a similar trend. However, density, temperature, and rotations don't. Earth's magnetism is supposed to be having a very good holding parameter for the atmosphere. But how about Venus? Venus doesn't have magnetism, but yet there are 92 bar pressure there on the ground. So there are various problems in the cosmic trends. Now, what are the shock waves that we are talking about? It is the sound wave, acoustic wave, that whenever the rocket exceeds the limit of the sound speed more than 1 Mach, that is the time when the shock waves are created. These are essentially the shock wave of the acoustic, which may be primary, secondary, or tertiary, created by rockets beyond the transonic speed. And thereafter, it keeps on increasing. Shock waves characterized are mechanical waves of finite amplitude that arise when the air is subjected to the rapid compression. Mostly I'm talking of at the tip of the payload, that is where the most of the pressure is there. It is also a ratio of pressure behind the shock wave and the upstream of the ambient atmosphere. So all these determine the amount of the shock wave that is going to be created. Here I am just trying to show you that when the rocket speed exceeds 1 Mach, in case of Falcon 9 of SpaceX, it is usually 9.2 kilometer altitude. In case of Russian Soyuz, it is 9 kilometer. And by and large, most of the rockets, they have the same parameter. However, what is important here to note is, by the time the first stage motor cuts off, the Falcon 9 rocket is already at 4.8 Mach, whereas the Soyuz rocket is not 48, it is also a 4.8 Mach. So that is the 4 times of the sound or 5 times of the sound wave excision of the rocket shock wave. That much of shock wave is in effect, which we are facing, which we are talking of. Now, all these shock waves, it could be a primary shock wave A, B, C, or D. Zone A, here the shock wave of the acoustic is intense pressure. That is combination of the heat and pressure that is far exceeds the ambient. Zone B is slightly less, it is a dynamic pressure. Zone C is by and large concomitant with the shock wave. So at least the first A, B, and C, these are the areas which are capable of creating a pressure wave which is going to throw out the atmosphere beyond the Earth's atmosphere. And this is what concerns us. And just behind this is the eddy current also, which is going to be there. So these are the problem areas that we are facing. Now, the shock waves, as we have mentioned, there is a logarithmic minimal delta changes with the altitude. Here at the sea level, at the ground level, every say 1,000 feet altitude causes a lot of pressure changes, where at the upper atmosphere, say at Kármán's line, at 100 kilometers, there is hardly any pressure differential going to be there. So if there is going to be a dynamic state of rocket causing the pressure waves like this, then the equilibrium will be disturbed and large chunk of this atmosphere is going to be thrown out into the outer space. So with that happening, the forces of atmospheric ablation is usually directly proportional to the speed of the launch vehicle. It is directly proportional to the cross-section areas of the rocket payload. It is angle of the rocket, that is sine alpha sine wave. And next is the eddy current that is behind the rocket. All these are proportional to the shock wave that is going to be created. Also, not to forget are the hypersonic gas dynamics, the Knudsen number that we are aware of, that Earth scientists will be aware of, physicists will be aware of, hydrodynamic shielding, ratio of the downstream pressure. All these are important in creating the shock waves of various quantity. Now we can see the eddies that we are talking of. Here, when a car speeds up, behind that is the eddy current, and on the surface where the two sides of the car, it is the same pressure dynamic on both the sides, same density, same pressure, yet there is a large volume of the eddy that flows through. Now think of the rarefied atmosphere. From the lower strata of the atmosphere, when it is going up, it's a comparative suction zone. So any AD that is going to be created in the upper atmosphere, that is going to be sucked out by the vacuum of the space, and that's more of a problem for the pressure wave ablating the important atmosphere. Now, net effects of these shock waves are that we know that it is a shock wave which is being caused by every rocket launch. Now, the UN have to come here in force. They will have to initiate a structural study in which 3 findings will have to be done. One is how much of these shock waves translate into the actual pressure wave. Secondly, what is the extent of the pressure differential at various strata of the atmosphere? And lastly, how does these pressure differential at higher atmosphere create molecular dynamics so as to throw out gases into the upper atmosphere? So this here, all these are we are talking is only due to the pressure wave. Remember, there is an AD also going to follow the rocket. So all these having talked, now let us talk of prevention. It's very easy. This is where I'm stressing upon. The speed of the launch vehicle is the first and the foremost cause of causing this shock wave and the pressure wave. So if the speed of the rocket can be controlled, lowered to somewhere around the transonic speeds, then the ablation of the atmosphere will be prevented. So is the cross-section area of the rocket or its payload. And of course, I'm a very small person. I will surely not be invited to the UN platform where I can challenge the world saying, how dare you, what Greta did. So I'm not raising this particular issue before the UN, before the international forum, where they can take up. They should know that with every rocket launch, the atmosphere is being thrown out into the space. And we all know that drop by drop leakage of any vessel can empty it out. So is the atmosphere of the Earth. With every rockets, such amounts of shock wave are pushing out the precious atmosphere into the outer space, then God bless us, we have to answer to our generation next. The need of the hour, this is the last slide, the need of the hour is the UN Climate Committee must investigate the atmospheric ablation due to the space rockets. There will be pressure by the major powers because US, Russia, China, France, and the European Space Agency, all of them are involved into this because the moment they are going to touch upon lowering the shock waves, there will be some design changes in the rocket. There will be some profile changes in the rocket velocities. So due to that, there will be resistance by all these nations. Secondly, if the present assumption and hypothesis is correct, then the corrective measures I have already indicated has to be taken by all space agencies. Space exploration should be for the betterment of human. But remember, if the space is going to cause problems for humanity, then we must take care of. And last but not the least, the UNEP, UNFCCC should be for the comprehensive human health and not for the climate changes only alone. So let the entire UN also reformat their thought process to include the atmosphere also into their climate change group. And let's move forward from here. Thank you. I have finished.
Thank you, sir, for this enlightening presentation. We really thank you. And
thank you, sir. Yeah, can we have Harita once again? I call upon Harita to share her presentation.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready now.
Yeah, please go ahead, Harita.
How to remove it?
Can you able to see my screen now?
No, not yet, ma'am. Harita, we can't still see your screen.
Is Harita aware of the process?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The problem is that
And Jha sir, her paper is quite important. She will talk on adaptation strategies for fisher folk. So we can't miss her paper.
Absolutely.
Sir.
the thing is, it is visible in my phone. Like since the laptop is not working, I shifted it to my phone also, but still it is not visible.
Okay, Fatima, can we go ahead listening to her talk rather than watching it, if it is not possible?
Sure, sir. If you are okay with it, then we can proceed with her verbal presentation alone.
Because I don't want to miss her paper. So Harita,
Okay.
can you start speaking?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry for all the difficulties.
Please go ahead.
So the basic background of the paper, like which happens to be the exploring the adaptive strategies of the fisher folk in the Union Territory of Puducherry, is that we all know that climate change is the most compelling issue of this century. And the changes like ocean warming, sea level rise, the concentration of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and melting of the ice sheets are like quite difficult, and it is particularly most has many substantial implications to the fisheries and the aquaculture sector. And I'm here considering the climate change adaptation as the actions taken to manage impacts of climate change by reducing vulnerability and exploiting any potential of benefits. The adaptation process leads to increased global economic inequality, and this trend or progress to increase with we are proceeding to adapt towards the climate change. And I am also like saying that the politics of adaptation create more inequalities because marginalized people face significant difficulties and have fewer resources while recovering, adapting, and mitigating climate shock. So this entire paper built on this notion of collecting the views of marginalized people. So here we are considering climate change as global climate change due to anthropogenic causes leading to many climate emergencies and hazards. And adaptation can be defined as the process of adjustment in natural and human system to reduce damage or exploit beneficial opportunities in response to real or expected climate and associated effects. And also it as adaptation as a form of collective phenomenon and a dynamic processes which is related to social capital when the community is resource dependent. As fisher community is a resource dependent community, we are considering adaptation as a collective phenomena and a dynamic process. So in this study we are focused on adapting to what, who adapts, and how adaptation occurs, and considering adaptation as a process of long-term event. And we are also as a theoretical framework, we are considering sustainable livelihood approach of ISERS, which considers the use of which consider assets at the core elements of livelihood, which will reduce the existing vulnerability with structural and institutional context. And with the assets and reducing existing vulnerability, how the community is going to manage their livelihood through the strategies is what where focus of frame of reference actually.
So the objective of the study is to study how institutional methods of adaptation operate in the context of local level through the lens of sustainable livelihood approach. And the basic research questions were, do any changes in the fish catch happen over the last 2 decades? And how does the community manage the changes in the fish catch? And what are their natural livelihood strategies they follow with respect to adapting to the same? So for this, the research has been built on the phenomenological, philosophical assumptions taking. The realities are multiple, and we are epistemologically following the social constructivism in that the researcher seeks to understand the complexity of a phenomena along with the participants' view of the situation. We took upon exploratory research design in which is flexible and helps in providing insights and helps in understanding the in-depth of the problem. The universe of the study is the entire coastal belt of Puducherry. Since it has the highest coastal vulnerability, which is calculated using AHP exercise based on the previous studies. We were considering the 4 villages which were on the north coast of the Puducherry, and 9 participants were selected. 9 participants of fishermen were selected. Their criteria seems to who share the most experience and experience with the occupation and the sea. And the same of 8 women, 8 fisherwomen who involves in fish ending with more expertise has been selected. Based on the purposive and the snowball sampling, the interview happened, and also non-participant observation happened, and also focus group discussion also happened. So after the data analysis was done using the thematic analysis. So coming to the result and discussion, how they are managing their livelihoods. To them, like fish catch, like optimum fish catch is their way of managing their livelihood. But due to the event of climate change, the fish catch has reduced, and they are seeing the unusual changes of the sea weather with increased sea erosion and sea roughness. They are struggling with these kind of changes in the sea. So when asked how they are managing the fish catch, they are now, with the due development of the mechanized equipment, and they are using different types of nets to manage their fish catch. One of the fish net which they are using is Persian fish nets, which is in a regional language called as Surukamadi Valai, which happens to be the one of the major and prominent net they are using for catching the fish, which enables them to go deeper in the sea. And the actual working of the Persian net is that it is used to catch fish by encircling them and reducing their circumference until they are get caught. So the participants who are owning the net jointly are using this, but there are also artisanal fishermen who are not using or who are not in support of these kind of nets, as they are resulting in degradation of the entire fish school, and which will not helpful in future also. So there seems to be a kind of conflict between these two groups happening frequently in recent days. And when it comes to the form of technology, now they are usually fisher community or the community who are having indigenous knowledge about the sea and everything. Due to the development of the unusual event because of the climate change, now they are seeking the help of the technology like GPS, Windfinder, and Echo Sound to like go deep into the sea to catch fish and all. When asked about the community activities, the community level groups are not available in their area. They do not have any community level committees to strengthen up their adaptation or their livelihood. When asked about the activities of the Disaster Management Authority, the Disaster Management Authority actively performing the post-disaster activities when actually the cyclone happens to be the event every year event of the district. So the Disaster Management Authority actively involving in doing the post-disaster related activities. When it comes to pre-disaster related activities, the Disaster Management Authority does not works efficiently in that manner, and they are also disseminating the early warning regarding to the cyclone and everything. One of the major strategies that the woman who shares the burden of the household through fish vending is considered to be one of the prominent strategy. It's a kind of a traditional occupation where the women involving in fish selling. Women, those who are fish vending, their households are managing better when during this kind of uncertainty or non-occupational days also. They are stating that women who go for fishing, fish vending, their households are managing better. When asked about the available financial resources, the Department of Fisheries and Fishermen Welfare of Puducherry offering a number of schemes, but due to the poor awareness of the fishermen community, it is not possible, and the schemes are also not helpful to inculcate or include the artisanal fishermen. Apart from that, the universal schemes which involves which include everyone is that ban period assistance and the lien relief assistance. Apart from that, they are not getting any assistance, and the lien relief assistance and the ban period assistance are also very low according to the participants. Apart from that, going to fishing, they are managing their livelihood by taking on the personal credit, which happens to be their only source of financial resource. They are stating that when there is no income, we get credit from our friends or for rent from big shots. Even the women who are going for vending depends on the credit from the traders and from the neighborhood also. When asking about their other job preference, they state that they are solely relying on fishing, and fishing is what they know, and they are not ready to opt for any other occupation also. Even if we are doing or dying, we are going to do fishing only. So the trait of maladaptation is identified, which we sort of observed. Neil defines maladaptation as adaptative when adaptive strategy fail to meet the objectives or increase vulnerability. The parameters O'Neill described
Harita, sorry for my interruption. You have to conclude, please.
Yes, I'm in the conclusion part only. So, which is the increasing emission of greenhouse gases, disproportionately burdening the most vulnerable, having high cost opportunities, reducing incentives to adapt, setting paths that limit the choices available to the future generation. By export being the major decider of the fishing occupation in the district, the laborers of the large fields are the large fleets are increasing, which makes the emission of the greenhouse gases in an increased manner, and which is also burdening the artisanal fishermen who are still working with the traditional ways of fishing. And the high opportunity cost of fishing is also increasing due to the hiking of the diesel and everything, and the occupational cost of the fishing is also increasing, and with very few or limited incentives from the governance, and the form of overfishing, which is also limiting the choices of the future generation. we are concluding that the traits of male adaptation is visible in this area, and the immediate action on sustainable fishing is what needed in this area. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Harita. Session share, we have two video presentations of two of our participants. So the first video presentation is by Bambang Wijaksono from Indo Global Mandiri University, Indonesia, adaptation of Musi Riverside Settlement, Palembang to climate change. So we will be sharing the video that he pre-recorded and sent to us on the screen. I'm sorry, is Bang Bang here? Would you be presenting, sir?
Yes, I will present now. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to say thank you for coming in my presentation. It's great to see you all. My name is Bambang Wijaksono from Universitas Indo Global Mandiri, and I'm first author from this paper. Today, I want to present about my paper with the title Adaptation of Musi Riverside Settlement Palembang to Climate Change. Abstract ICCC, June 210270412. Okay, let me begin. The problem of flooding and inundation in the city of Palembang, which occur almost every rainy season, in high intensity rains that occur in Palembang city with a duration of more than 2 hours. Most of Palembang city experience inundation. Floods are not only disasters caused by hydrometeorological condition, but also human of our community activities that cause floods. The impact of rising river water levels, especially in tidal swamp areas bordering river mouth, has the potential to change to the hydrotopography of the land. Climate change causes change in residential and river environment. The problem that arises due to climate change in the settlement of the Musi River is the damage to the physical condition in the riverside area. Impact that occur include flooding that enters houses, damage building materials, damage road, contaminated clean water, and accelerated corrosion. This study aims to formulate a strategy for adaptation of settlement in the Musi Riverside Palembang to climate change. Adaptation of settlement due to climate change is something that needs to be done considering the extreme impact of climate change is more of a threat to residential areas on the bank of the Musi River Palembang. This is the research location is in the city of Palembang. Research map location Seberang Ilir and Seberang Ulu. Methods. This research used a qualitative approach with a case study strategy. Conceptual approach related to climate change in riverside settlement with water-sensitive urban design. Background and problem identification, study literature, case study in Musi Riverside settlement, element of settlement, adaptation level, and time of change is a research flowchart. Partial adaptation is an effort to change some of the housing and land and networks by humans and the community, man and society of settlement on the banks of the Musi River. Part of adaptation is using the concept of water-sensitive urban design in settlement, namely by changing damaged material, rising road level in adjustment to climate change. Other adjustment action are partly influenced by the economic capacity of the community, so that it can be seen in the form of residential and environmental adjustment. Overall adjustment is a change made by the community in housing, land, and settlement network to become non-original or unnatural. In general, the overall adjustment obtains several indications of change in responding to climate in riverside settlement. Namely, one, the residential pattern of settlement leads to land. Two, residential land which tend to be dry and rarely flooded. Three, developing a road network that connect its region. Four, the form and function of riverside houses on still into land pattern dwelling. Five, natural material would become permanent, brick and concrete. Overall adjustment can have both positive and negative impact. Adaptation or adjustment, positive and negative, dwelling, land, and network. Optimal condition in riverside settlement are fixed condition or do not make change to housing, the environment. However, this condition is very rarely found because of the tendency to follow change. The characteristic of this permanent adjustment are: one, the harmony of housing and the river provide mutual benefits. Two, doesn't change the original condition of the dwelling. Three, experiencing the up and down of the river. Optimal condition to dwelling and river environment. There are two types of community groups on the bank of the Musi River, namely the types of river community group and types of land community groups, which tend to fulfill their needs on land. River type community adjustment and of stimulant pattern that are still adaptive to the nature of river and wetland. Land type community, one, make still dwelling with permanent to change the orientation or direction of the resident. Three, move the wetland section to the outflow curve of the river. The concept of adaptation of the Musi Riverside community in Palembang on wetland and river. The effect of overall adjustment resulting in land cover, adjustment scale, adjustment area, adjustment factor. Micro, land pattern dwelling adjustment. Meso, adjustment of land or parcel and how to get land, macro adjustment of settlement of living activities. There are three ways, as conclusion, there are three ways for the community to adapt to the environment in which they live in the face of climate change: partial adaptation, the overall adjustment leads to adjustment, optimal condition leads to adjustment at the optimal level of stimulation because they do not make change. The overall adjustment of riverside settlement can have a positive and negative impact on the community and the river. A positive impact on the community because it improves environmental condition, because it provides new function. A negative impact on the Musi River, making the existence of the river increasingly slump, narrow, and even disappearing without a trace. Thank you. Okay, I think enough from my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, presenter. So our final presenter is Luke Richards, and his presentation is on Climate Watch using nature's early warning system in climate change adaptation and resilience building. So Mr. Luke Richards is not present with us here, but he has sent his pre-recorded video presentation, which we will be playing with you now.
My name's Luke Richards, and today I'll be presenting on behalf of Earthwatch Institute Australia, presenting our work on Climate Watch, Australia's largest phenological monitoring program that's tracking nature's early warning system to climate change. Today I'll be introducing you to Earthwatch Institute, the founders of the Climate Watch program. We'll be talking about phenology, which is the area of science that Climate Watch focuses on. I'll then introduce the program itself and talk about an opportunity to scale the program into your area. The Earthwatch Institute is based in America, the UK, India, Japan, and here in Australia. The Australian office started 40 years ago, but collectively as an organisation, we work to empower people to save the natural world. We do this through using citizen science as a model for engagement and ensuring behaviour change to work towards a better future for the environment and for all. As I mentioned earlier, phenology is the area of science that Climate Watch is focused on, and it's essentially an early warning system for environmental change occurring due to climate change. The area of science that phenology operates in is it looks at how climate change and climate variability is impacting the timing of key life cycle events for plants and animals. So this might be, how is global warming impacting the nesting times for birds or the flowering times for plants? It's been described as one of the most ubiquitous responses to climate change and global warming, and is often referred to as the simplest method to track changes in the environment and changes in biodiversity in response to climate change. It's a built-in early warning system, essentially. And it's now recognized at IPCC level with this figure in front of you here. As you can see, there's a high degree of confidence that changes in phenology can be attributed to climate change. As you can see on the third row, the Australasia region is now growing in confidence, although there are some areas of data gaps which Climate Watch is working to fill. Now to the program itself. Climate Watch, shaping Australia's response to climate change. As I mentioned, Earthwatch Institute Australia founded the program back in 2009 with the Bureau of Meteorology and the University of Melbourne. The program is the Southern Hemisphere's first continental phenological research program, and also focuses on 179 key indicator species. We've opted to look at indicator species because, quite simply, we cannot monitor the changes in every single one of the species in the Australian outback. We need to devote our time and focus our time on priority species, and we elected indicator species as their representatives of their ecosystems. Ultimately, the program works to empower the public to take climate action and contribute to climate resilience, and this is done through the free-to-use Climate Watch app, which anybody can download free of charge and start contributing sightings and contributing to our understanding of how climate change is impacting the natural world. As I mentioned, a user will download the app, register their free account, and then study the field guides that we have available on the Climate Watch website and in the Climate Watch app. Each of these field guides details the individual characteristics of one of the 179 indicator species, and also informs you of phenophases and behaviors to look out for to focus your monitoring efforts. Once you find an indicator species, the user takes a photo and logs their spot by following a series of basic prompts in the app. Once submitted, the data comes through to our backend, our data admin interface, where we can validate each observation to ensure robustness in the data set and scientific impact can come. Speaking of impact, the beauty of the Climate Watch program is this two-pronged approach. So impact approach, I should say, impact pathway. The first being it's providing data. The Southern Hemisphere has historically lacked phenological data sets and long-term studies in phenology. And that's a void that Climate Watch is actively working to fill. We know that our data set is scientifically robust thanks to our validation processes and our science advisory panel that ensures that we are on track with our scientific merit. We've now collected over 150,000 data points across the Australian continent, and we're looking to scale these efforts internationally, which I'll touch on in a minute. Secondly, the program and the app provides a pathway to increase scientific literacy. It does this by engaging students and the public, by and large, to interact with the natural world. We've also gone a step further to develop lesson plans that have been mapped to Australian curricula. We also provide professional development workshops for teachers so that teachers can confidently take a Climate Watch lesson plan into their classroom, teach their students about phenology and about this unique and novel way to monitor biodiversity and phenology in their backyards. We believe that by taking this data-based but also education-based approach, we can build climate resilience in communities and build environmental stewards out of children and out of the public as a whole. Now, in terms of a case study for our research impact, I'd like to direct your attention to a series of species distribution models that Climate Watch, in partnership with Griffith University, produced in 2018. Now, you can see examples of the distribution maps on the left for the splendid fairy wren and the boab tree, which shows areas of habitat suitability under different climate models using Climate Watch data. We did this for 141 of the Climate Watch species, and these maps can be used in land management approaches and in policy making and research as a net result. In terms of our educational impact, I'd like to divert your attention to another 2018 case study, which we worked on for 4 years. It wrapped up last year, where we delivered Climate Watch lesson plans and teacher professional development workshops to over 100 teachers around the Victoria state. Through these workshops, we have engaged over 3,000 teachers after empowering them to share their learning with their colleagues. And there have been over 140,000 students who have participated in a Climate Watch lesson plan since they were created in 2018, which just goes to show the engagement value of these lesson plans and the educational potential of Climate Watch as a platform and a program. So where are we in 2022? Well, the program is still based here in Australia. That is currently our only jurisdiction where we are working, and we have been working here since 2009. So we now have a 13-year-long data set, which is causing ample research impact as a result. But we don't want to stop here. We want to continue to grow the program because, as I mentioned, the Southern Hemisphere as a whole lacks these long-term data sets. So you can see here a hypothetical situation in about 5 years' time where we have entered key points in the Southern Hemisphere before encroaching into the northern areas as well. Thank you so much for your time today. I'd like to acknowledge some of our key sponsors and partners, particularly the Telstra Foundation, who have made today's presentation possible, but also Parks Victoria and the Education and Training Department at the Victorian State Government, who have really gone a long way to helping our educational portfolio as well. I'd also like to thank all of our Climate Watch trail managers around Australia. Now, if you would like to see Climate Watch in your area, if you would like to see your own phenological research program and education program take life, please contact us via the details below. You can reach our email there at climatewatch@earthwatch.org.au. You can also find our website, climatewatch.org.au, or contact us at Earthwatch at
So thank you to all the presenters who have given us wonderful presentations. So I would like to announce that we have covered all the participants and are successfully ending our technical session, the parallel session 1. So thank you to all of us for joining us today, and we hope you had a wonderful session, a very informative and learning session that you've had. So information regarding your certificates will be sent to your mail IDs with clear guidelines and instructions on how you can access your certificates for the conference. On that note, thank you so much. I would like to thank our session chair, our keynote speakers, and also our participants and listeners for listening in and participating in our wonderful conference. So session chair, a member from our team would stay in touch with you regarding the awardees for the particular session. So thank you so much everyone for joining us. And on that note, so we will be concluding technical session 1 of today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima, and I thank you all the participants and presenters. We really had some excellent presentations, and I thank you one and all, and looking forward for hearing you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hope all the best for all participate, for the committee, everybody. Thank you.
Were there any questions
Sir, we can take questions. If anyone is having any question, we can take it. Ja, sir.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I was asking. If there is any question, I had posed one question to what is her name? It was one girl on the law. She was.
Okay.
I am Dr. Sangeeta from Department.
Sangeeta.
Yes, sir.
Sangeeta, I had just posed a question. You have quoted that there are plenty of laws available on the climate changes.
Yes, sir.
Is there any law governing the atmospheric blanket ablation or something like that?
We don't have an umbrella legislation, sir. We do have legislations in bits and pieces. So we are now concentrating on the disaster management zone in mitigation and planning. So only to that level we have. So, but we are giving an emphasis, and Indian government is taking all the steps on those lines to protect, at least in future, so that in 2070, that was the promise our Prime Minister gave in the summit, in the Glasgow summit earlier, in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, Dr. Sangeeta,
Yes,
I also have an arbitrary question.
Yes,
so
sir.
do you really, being a person of law, do you really think that the legislature of our country is, good enough to protect the biodiversity or the
Our
laws?
legislations are very good always, sir. But only thing is, when we put it into practice.
Is it enough? My choice of word was wrong, I think. Is it enough to protect the biodiversity? Because given the rate of loss is just amazing.
Yes. We have n number of laws in protection of environment, but the main thing is the contribution of the citizens and maybe our geographical structure and the cultural variations in our people to understand all these in one better way is really we are meeting out our ends in a better way. That is how
you are trying to indicate towards the participatory or the community-based protection of the environment.
Yes, because as I earlier said, I quoted, the constitution is clear on the state responsibilities as well as on the citizen responsibilities. So the citizen responsibility is the awareness is more on a plastic-free zone or pollution-free zone on many ways. That would really contribute to the state to in a better way to perform well, because it is always not possible for the state and the union to always stand by. They are doing their best, but at the same time, many a times the citizens, when they have that adequate enough awareness, I think that would really promote this in the future. Am I convincing, sir, or do I need to tell anything more?
No, it's okay. It's fine. Yes. Any other person has any query?
I am waiting, sir. If any queries are there, I will take it.
No, it is not only you. If any other person has got any other query for anyone, we are all here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Vishnoy.
So Dr. Wafik Nozier, are you there in the call? Oh, shit.
சொல்லுங்க